So, all right. Put this up here. And let's see. Give folks just a little bit of time to come in. If anybody's watching us, this then is us just setting up and getting ready. Just ignore what we're doing. Give everybody more time to come join. Tweet. Let's let folks know that we're live now.
Okay.
Right now.
I muted myself. I've now unmuted myself because I wanted to avoid the sound from YouTube overlapping what we were saying.
When it starts, I know. Yeah. Okay, there's that one. Hold on just one sec. Let me pull this down.
And I can see Paul there. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
Good to see you. And I can see there's more people waiting for what we're going to do.
Yeah. Just give us a second here, Paul. And anybody else, we're just setting up here. So.
Sergey is there as well. Hi, Sergey.
Hey. Let's see. I need this. Okay. Tweet it out just to let folks know that we're live. They can come join us. Okay. You got, Juliette, you want to go ahead and get your screen share ready to go too. I won't load it up on the screen yet until we get to that point, but.
Yep, all there.
Okay, good. And that way we're ready to go when we switch over to that. Luca, hey. So, from the test team.
Okay, nice to see you, Luca. Nice to meet you, I should say. I don't think we've come across each other before. And Jerry, good morning to you.
Hey, Jerry.
So, Jimmy's in America.
Hey.
Dennis is there. Nice to see you again, Dennis. Right.
All right, so.
Should we get started?
Yeah, just one second.
You want to beat the countdown?
I'm going to switch over to our side-by-side. So our countdown was still going, but heck with it. You're all here. Let's just go. So, and I got everything set up, so we might as well just roll. All right, so what are we going to be doing today? Well, y'all are joining us in our bi-weekly-ish pair programming session. And what we do is Juliette and I get together and we go through work, some sort of fix, some sort of improvement, some sort of modernization, something in core. We try to pick different topics. Usually she's prepared some patch, right? Oh, the other way. Got to point this way. She's prepared some patch, and then we go through and we talk about the technical part of it. I do a code review. We debate some different things if there's anything there to debate and so on.
Don't undersell yourself. You've been making quite a few patches for PHP 8 type issues. So.
That's true. Hey, Pedro, welcome. And then we basically, our goal of this is this. Let me just kind of go through what our main goal is. With the pair programming, the advantage of this is one of us has created some patch. The other one then is doing the review, and we talk through it to make it better. So together, we're preparing it for commit and making it better. During that process, we're taking the time to explain things to you all too. So it's a great learning opportunity for everybody as well. And we also invite you to join in the discussion. If you see something and you go, wait a minute, how about this? Let us know. I mean, you're here. Join in so we can have a mob programming session. Join in, ask. Right.
Yeah, and not just when you want to join in the discussion, but also ask questions. If anything is unclear, I mean, we're talking at a certain level, and I understand that for some people it may be hard to follow sometimes. So just ask your question, slow us down, and we will come back to it and explain it.
Right. Yeah, we both have the ability to take very complex things and break it down. So if you don't know, or if you're curious, or if you need it to resonate in it, just ask. We're more than happy to stop and explain Because guess what? If you're wondering, somebody else out there is too, for those who are coming back and watching this later. Oh,
Yeah, I
Luca.
love Lucas' question. What is PHP?
There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
PHP is a programming language.
Yeah. And he knows he's a PHP programmer, but go ahead. Yeah.
But just in case there's other people watching later on who don't, PHP is a programming language, and it's the backend, the server-side language, in which a large part of WordPress is written.
Right. So y'all, go ahead.
As we're on the topic of PHP now anyway, for those people who don't know, there's a new version coming up, end of November, PHP 8.1. And that's actually going to be largely the topic of conversation today. So PHP has a release cycle of about once a year. So generally they release a minor every year and a patch every month. And they patch back to a couple of minor versions below the current version. And so PHP 8 and PHP 7.4 still get active maintenance at the moment. PHP 7.3 only gets security patches at the moment, and everything below it is no longer maintained and is abandoned, basically. So for everyone wondering now, yes, you should upgrade, use minimum PHP 7.4. But PHP 8.1 brings new challenges because because it's a minor and not a major. There's some breaking changes, but not too many.
A whole bunch of deprecations.
Really badly affected WordPress, but hey, fair enough. We fixed that already. If you like, we can talk you through it in a little. But it was one which was very much causing WordPress to fatal out at loading. And most of the things in PHP 8.1, however, are deprecations, but there's a lot of deprecation warnings.
Right.
And most of those are trying to help you write better code. They will basically warn about existing bugs, which will still, it sort of worked, but it didn't work the way it should, maybe. It didn't work cleanly, and now PHP is getting stricter and telling you it doesn't work cleanly, and that in the future, in PHP 9.0, it will stop working.
Right.
So we need to fix it.
Yeah, we need to fix all those deprecations. Well, the thing is, these deprecation notices are there to help guide us. So the work that we're starting here is to go through, and this work is already started, but we've got a series of patches we're going to go through today, which are also fixing some of these PHP 8.1 deprecation notices that are alerting us, you got a problem here, so we can go into core and make a fix. And while we're doing that, we also get to look at the tests and see, do we have proper test coverage here? What do we want to do with the tests? So Luca's going, I can hear him now. Ooh, tests. He's deep into the test team and automated testing, so this will be very relative to you.
I actually enjoy what I've been doing here.
Yeah. Paul too, I know you are too.
And to get back to those deprecation notes, sometimes they actually find real bugs. Just as an example, the other week I was helping some people I know who work on PHP Documenter, and I was helping them get their CI running, their continuous integration, their quality controls chain running on PHP 8.1. And while doing that, I noticed that the Composer install gave a deprecation warning on PHP 8.1. So I reported it and then subsequently looked into it. And it turned out that deprecation warning now exposed a bug which has been in Composer since 2012. Or rather, two bugs. Which have now been
She
fixed.
thought it was one, and then it became two. Yeah.
Yeah, there were exotic bugs. So it's not something the average person will run into. It's, things to do with here docs and now docs, and then with extremely long text. I'm talking 25,000 lines. But it meant, in effect, that certain classes weren't added to the Composer class map. Or that certain classes might be added to the class while it didn't exist as a class. So, and I'm looking up if I can find the link now.
I'll switch over to
okay. You're actually sharing my screen already. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So this is the PR. If you're interested, Tonya, can you post the link? Because I think
Yeah, let me find
I
that
didn't
again.
find it on YouTube. Sorry.
Okay.
So if you're interested, have a look at this. It's actually a one-line change, but if you look at the diff, you can see that the change is over 2,000 lines. Luca, that is tests. All of that is tests. But most of it is actually fixtures for the test, because I did need long here docs to add to the test, but I didn't use the 25,000 line file. I thought that was a bit over the top.
I'm going backwards to try to find that in our, oh, here it is. This was in our conversation the other day in the thread. So here, let me put this into there.
Yeah, and we're not going to go deep into what this PR does, but this is just to illustrate that those deprecation warnings, which PHP 8.1 is throwing, can actually have a real life effect of finding bugs which should have been fixed a long time ago.
Exactly.
So let's look at some of these for WordPress, I'd say.
Yeah, let me just stop there too. I know it might be top of mind for folks. How about is core yet fully compatible with PHP 8.0? I've been asked that quite a bit, and I just want to let you all know, no, it's not yet. There's still ongoing work that needs to be done there. That right now we've switched over. We just got the tests up and running and modernized for running on the different versions, the right versions of PHPUnit, and now we're working on these deprecation notices for 8.1, and then the work can switch back and we can start to continue working on compatibility. That's going to be a long process. I just will say that if you're curious. There's lots of things there to unpack, lots of unknowns yet to be discovered. So that's just my little PSA for today. So, all right, let's switch over. Get to work.
Okay. I'm trying to think which one should we start with.
I don't know. Pick one.
Should we pick the worst one?
Oh, why not?
Let's before we do that, let's actually have a look.
Okay.
Because what I did before this session, I actually ran PHPUnit, and you can see that the end run here, the command I used. Is this visible? Should I make
maybe a little bit bigger?
Yeah. Okay. Let me change that. Font. Yeah. Let's set it to.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah. That should
is that better for everybody? If not, just let us know if you can't quite see it.
Yeah. So the command I used here was just basically run PHPUnit over the test suite for WordPress. Turn colors off because that gives really horrible output on Windows if I write to a file, and then write the complete output to a file. This is where we are at this moment with only 4 patches for external dependencies added to master. And the output of that was written to a file, which I'm going to show you now as well. So that this is the output, and this is what it looks like now. So I ran this on PHP 8.1 beta. Again, should I enlarge my font?
Yeah, I got a request from Robert. Hey, Robert, if you could just enlarge it a bit more.
Yeah. Is this better?
Ooh, I can see that nice and clear.
Good. Okay, so I've been running it on PHP 8.1 Beta 2. I've been running with PHPUnit 958. We can see a deprecation notice here at the top straight away. Let's start with that one in a minute. Okay. And then you can see the test run, and all those E's are errors. And the F's are failures. And yeah, hang on, that output shouldn't be there in the middle of the progress report. Same here.
Same there.
So this is what the output looks like at this moment. And you can see 1337 errors at this moment. That's a lot of scrolling. And then there's also some failures and some test skips. So at the end, I get a summary which says 1,337 failures, errors, 9 failures, and 4 warnings. Be aware that this list is not complete. Now, you might think, yeah, but all the tests have run. Yes, they have. But there might be errors hiding behind other errors. So the test is failing at point A, but if there's like 10 assertions in one test, if assertion 1 fails,
the others don't run.
Function call, we get an error, but then there might be another error later on down in the test. And whether it's in the test code or in the actual code of WordPress, it still has to be fixed.
Yes. And there's not, this is just for the tests we have, right? So it's not also that core doesn't have a good test coverage yet, right? So we don't have complete tests. So therefore there's lots of things there that though you may only see the 1337 right now, I'm going to guarantee you there's a whole bunch behind all of that.
Realistically, core currently has, if we would turn on strict coverage, maybe 10% of the code base is covered by test.
Right. So think about that, 10%.
About 45% of the code base is touched by test. So of 45% of the code base, if that code gets called, if that's touched, we will probably see errors and notices in the tests.
Right.
But that doesn't mean there's dedicated tests for all of that.
Nope.
And if there's not a dedicated test, we may miss it.
Yes, exactly.
Now, Paul's asking a question. Are you going to cover how using 8.1 with core build Docker? Basically, the answer is simple. The Docker images have been updated, and with WordPress 5.9 at its current state in master, you can choose whether you want to use PHPUnit var, PHPUnit 9.5.8 as a minimum, or the composer installed PHPUnit. Both will work fine. Just check out the Docker image for PHP 8.1, and it should contain both. Mm-hmm. So, Paul, does that answer your question, or did you want to know something more specific?
Give them a second there. Yeah, you can also see if you go and look at the core tests that are running, you can see that they are actually now running 7, 8, and 9 of PHPUnit. So just something interesting for you to go and look at.
Yeah, you do have to make sure that you run Composer install before running the test. But that doesn't mean you have to run them via Composer. I mean, what I did and what you saw me doing what you saw happening here, this is a var. I'm using a PHPUnit var, and I think Robert wanted a bit larger font here still.
Yep.
So let's make sure I'm gonna increase that a bit more. Yeah.
Lovely.
So yeah. So we saw that notice here at the top in the locked output. Automatic conversion of false to array is deprecated in the cron file. Shall we have a look at the patch I created for that to start with?
Sure,
so then
go for it. Yeah.
Get rid of that deprecation notes at the top.
Nice one.
Let's see. There should be a patch here. Did I not upload that patch here?
Paul just followed up here while you're looking for that. He said it will help to see how to get the error in a local.
Well, as I just mentioned, I'm just using PHPUnit. I'm not even using Docker.
Right.
I'm on Windows, which should be reasonably clear from my screen. I actually have a Windows bat file, and I have, this is only a selection of the PHP versions I have installed. I have a ridiculous amount of versions installed, and I have also a ridiculous amount of PHPUnit var files. And if I want to switch from one version to the next, I just uncomment the PHP version I want. I uncomment the PHPUnit version I want, and I run PHPUnit. Mm-hmm. I know it sounds simplistic, but if I have to, with the amount of switching I do in my daily workflow, if I have to run Composer install every time to get the right PHPUnit version, it just slows me down. It can take an average of 2 minutes to get everything installed for a new PHP version, which is suitable for that PHP version, while the var is available. As long as I have a Composer install, have run the Composer install, that means that the polyfills which we're now using for core are available. They are version independent. They will run independently of whichever PHP version we're using within WordPress. So I can use the PHPUnit var to do this.
That's right. Did you see Paul was asking if you have your
If I have the script on the repo, no, I don't, but that's because it's very specific to my setup. Where these paths are all local paths, and they have to point to the path of how you've installed your computer. Mm-hmm. So how you have PHP installed. Just to give you some idea, where am I here? So these are all the PHP versions I have installed, and that's quite a few. Mm-hmm. And I mean, this is a new PC. I've only been using this 6 months. On my previous PC, I probably had triple this amount. For an average user, they probably only have 1 or 2 versions of PHP installed. So the script can be simpler then. It really is also like where I've done the vars, again, that's very specific. Mm-hmm. I'm perfectly happy to just copy and paste this now and put it in the gist.
Yeah, why don't you do that for folks, knowing that they have to adjust it for their setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really handy, mostly for the kind of work that that she does. It makes sense that she needs to switch between a whole bunch of different versions. You may or may not need this level of this many versions for your testing, but having the ability to at least test from the minimum supported version that WordPress has all the way up to the one that's the new one that's in development now will make sure that we are anticipating and looking across versions for any particular problems that we need to test. Oh, cool. Where's the gist?
The gist is up. If you go to gist.github.com/jrfnl, you should be able to see it as the top one. Again, I'm not logged into YouTube, so it's not easy for me to.
All right. I'm grabbing it. I got it right here. I'm going to post it for everybody. Let me just make a note here.
So this includes all my notes, including which versions I have enabled Xdebug with which settings for certain things. So if I want to run code coverage, I just switch to that PHP version. And yeah, in certain situations, I just switch to different PHP versions with different settings in the PHPUnit. Mm-hmm. And it is documented which PHP versions are supported by which var. Yeah, and it's got an example of how to run it with Blackfire as well.
Sweet, isn't it? Yeah.
For anyone watching, please feel free to be inspired by this.
That's right. Build your own and share it. Let's share a bunch of different types of setups so that we can help folks be able to test against things however they want to be able to set up in their workflow. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Now, to get back to the cron thing. Hang on. I did actually create a PR, except I didn't recognize it now. It's the schedule event one.
Oh, okay.
So in the WordPress bootstrap for the tests, WordPress runs certain things. And that's what you see at the top, running single site, not running that. And it then starts at some point to install WordPress with the database, etc. And then we see that deprecation notice. That is part of what is triggered during the loading of WordPress before the tests are even run. So I had to have a look at that script. So it's the cron script in WP includes on line 305. Now, as I already looked at it, I'm just going to open the PR and we'll have a look at that.
Let me put up a link for everybody.
Yeah,
I gotta hold on just
yeah.
one sec before you start explaining it. I think I'm looking at. Are we still working off of your work in progress, all stacked in the right order for the commit workflow?
No, we're working off the PRs at the moment.
Okay.
I think that makes more sense.
Okay, so let me see if I can get to that PR. Hold on. Which PR number is it?
This one is 1576. 1576.
Okay.
Basically, if you go to the WordPress repo
That's where I'm
and
going.
you select alter JRFNL, then JRFNL, you should be able to get all my PRs, and we'll be looking at the top 8 one. Those top 8 are all to do with PHP 8.1.
I just gave you all a link to that list, okay, so that you can follow along. So be able to jump to the ones that we're going to be working on. So thanks for doing that. I just wanted everybody to catch up with us where we were at. Plus, besides, I need to catch up with you too.
Good. So I've opened up the WP cron file. I've had WP includes cron file now. And the error was on line 305. And I'm hoping the lines are still in sync. Yes.
Okay. Can you make that bigger for folks too, please?
Yep, absolutely. Let's scroll down again to 305. So line 305 is a part of the WP schedule event function. So what's happening on line 305? An assignment to an array key is made, and that initial array is retrieved with get cron array. So if I copy this, because I'm not sure what it does if I click on it, I just go to the documentation and say, tell me what get cron array does. Mm-hmm. And get cron array is a private function with a return type of array or false. A cron info array on success or false on failure. Mm. And you can see what it does here. It gets the option cron. If that's not an array, it returns false. And otherwise, it returns the cron array without the version set.
Yep.
Okay. First of all, and I'm going to be critical of whoever thought of this. Why the fuck is false being returned here? I mean, why not return an empty array?
Right.
Then you have a consistent one return type, either an empty array or an array with cron jobs, but it's always an array. I really do not understand why that false was ever introduced, but fair. It is what it is. Changing that now would be a backward compatibility break, so we cannot change that, and we have to deal with it.
Yes.
So if we then go back again here, so get cron array can return an array or false. Now suddenly that message which we saw, the deprecation message, where was it? Deprecated, automatic conversion of false to array is deprecated. That suddenly makes sense, because if there's nothing in the cron array yet, we get false, and now we're suddenly assigning something to an array key of false. Hang on, but so false gets converted to an array.
Yep.
So this is exactly what the problem is, mm-hmm. and which we needed to solve. Mm-hmm. So what I've done is just added a very simple check. If it's false, we create an empty array for crons, and then we can let the rest of the code continue like nothing happened.
Correct.
Because it has an array then, and it can add that key, it can sort, mm-hmm. It's all fine.
Can you stop right there for a second? Because I'm just going to anticipate what folks might be thinking. They might be thinking, well, instead of checking if false is returned, couldn't I have just typecast it to an array? Talk about that a little bit. Mm-hmm. Welcome to PHP school, everybody.
Well, actually, let's have a look at PHP cheat sheets. What do you think happens if I typecast false to an array?
Go for it.
I'm asking you.
Cheat sheets. I'm looking. Everybody, answer that question. Okay. I'm looking for the link so I can share it with them. Hold on. What? Any ideas? Come on. Y'all are here. What happens?
Is everyone suddenly being very shy? Huh. Okay.
Here's the cheat sheet link for you too. It's in the chat if you want to go there and take a look. Very, very handy.
Yeah, if you want to write a comparison and want to know how PHP behaves with certain types, you can use the cheat sheets. And now you might think, hang on, it says 5.6, why not a higher version? There's a drop down. You can choose whichever PHP version, well, of the most popular PHP versions, as of the last time this site was updated, you want to see what the effect is. Paul correctly says an array with false, and you can actually see that here as well. So we have an array casting tab here. What happens if I just do a plain array cast? I end up with an array with one item with as a key 0 and the value false. And that's not what we want.
That
we
is
want
not
an
what we
empty array
want.
to fill with cron, because this key would just confuse anything to do with cron.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we're not typecasting to an array. We're literally initializing it as an empty array.
Right. Think about that too, that it's returning an array or false. So here we're checking for the state where we say, wait, we need you to be an array. If you're not, you're going to give us back false. So then we will set you to an array.
We could even future-proof the method a little, of the comparison a little more, and say, if not an array.
Yep.
It's array.
And there you go, just in case something else comes back.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, I really hope that function gets fixed to only ever return an array. That would be much better than ever returning false. Please do not introduce more return types to it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, what we really want to know is if it's not an array, then it's unusable. And so we have to create an array.
Correct.
So I'm actually going to change this now. And let me find the particular commit. Mm-hmm. Locally. Let me go to the right branch.
Okay.
And then I'll share where I'm editing. This was PR's 15.7.6. And you're not seeing this at the moment because I'm scrolling in my local Git client. And I'm trying to find the branch because I have way too many branches open. I'll show you now. I have way too many branches open. Okay, this is the PR where we're working on. This is the actual fix. So I'm now going to update that fix. And there's actually an editor built into my Git client. So I'm going to go to line 305. That should get me close enough. Yes, so if not is array crons, then crons is an empty array.
So
there we
Paul's asking a very good question. I like the way y'all are thinking today, by the way. Good questions coming out. So which is going to be less expensive? Is array or?
Well, expensive, I presume Paul means expensive as in performance?
I would assume that, yeah.
Yeah, because expensive can be interpreted in different ways.
Yes.
But yeah, is array is one of the functions in WordPress which is opcache optimized. So it's actually really fast. At the same time, a comparison against false will probably be quicker. Mm-hmm. But this is total micro optimization, and is array or a comparison to false is really not going to make any significant difference. If there are definitely functions which are more expensive performance-wise, so things like array merge or array recursive, things like that, they can really be a performance drain, especially with large arrays. Mm-hmm. It's simple is array, again, as I say, it's an opcache optimized function. versus a straight comparison to false. Yes, the straight comparison will probably be a tiny bit faster, but not noticeable.
Yeah, we're talking teeny, tiny fractions of a second. So just so you all know.
Yeah. Yeah, and is-array is a useful function, but there are often better ways to do it.
Exactly.
And it does have a performance impact if you use it.
Yes.
But
so yes, you're right, Paul, that of course checking against false there would have been a tiny bit faster, but here we're future-proofing it. So I think that those tiny little microseconds then are trumped by the fact that we're now future-proofing it, because who knows what else could be coming back there. Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to switch. This is the PR branch. I'll actually push up the changed version of the PR, so the PR is up to date with what we just changed.
Okay.
Now I'm going to switch to the local version of the same branch, where I'm using a couple. Well, as you can see, this is WordPress Master. There's a patch which was pulled to SimplePy to fix something there, which I've already applied for my local version. There's 2 patches from request, which I've 3 patches from request, which I've applied, and then we have a base version. So in the base version, let's have a look with a search if there's actually any tests for WP schedule event. Can we find any tests?
Place your bets.
Okay, so there is a file called PHPUnit test cron. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Now, luckily, I already have that open, except for the fact that, for some reason, my editor keeps switching screens. It keeps going back to my other screen. So that file is open here, the test PHPUnit test cron, and the class is called test cron. So knowing that, I now go to this command line again. I'm going to say I want to run PHPUnit. I'm going to use test docs so I know which tests are being run more easily. And I'm going to filter and just and only run the tests from this particular class. And this is without the fix. So yes, we see the deprecation at the top. And what I've just done by running these tests, I've now confirmed there is no test which actually triggers this error. So that part of the code base was not properly covered by a test.
Did you all get that? What she was doing there? So just to make sure, this is something, if you're looking for a workflow, this is a very good tip, what she just showed you. So before applying the patch, run it. See what's there. Yeah.
So what I then did, and then we go back to my Git editor, Git client again, then I created tests. So where is the patch? Here it is. Mm-hmm. I created tests, and I'm just going to check out that particular commit which got the test, but not the fix, just the tests. And if we look at the GitHub PR, you can actually see that I created a test. Yep. And I've added it to that test cron file, so it's in the right place. And I've created a test, and we can discuss whether it's the right name in a minute. But basically, saying it should not throw a deprecation warning on a virgin site. Because when does the database return an empty or a false for get option, an empty array for the cron option? It does that on a virgin site. That's basically the only situation. If the site has already been initialized, then automatically crons will have been scheduled to check for updates for WordPress. Mm-hmm. So as soon as it's no longer a virgin site, and that's also probably why this error was never reported by anyone, because it was unnoticeable. It only happens once, but it does happen.
Yes.
So in this case, I've created a test which will simulate that situation. I've tried to describe it. I've linked it to the ticket, which is the various PHP 8.1 compatibility fixes ticket. What I do is I just literally delete the option cron. Mm-hmm. We don't care about that option at this moment. I don't have to worry about it not being there for other tests, because those kind of settings get reset between tests anyway.
Right. That's so part of our teardown process. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I can safely delete this option here. At least that's what I think I can. Let's put it this way. Deleting it did not make any other test fail, so we're fine. Then I do an assert false to make sure that get cron array actually returns false. So we know that the state which we want to test is in place.
Yep.
I just need to schedule something. I just need to make sure the schedule event call is called, a function is called. So what I'm saying here is actually completely irrelevant as long as it's something. And the data is valid to be sent to schedule event. And then I just call schedule event. Mm-hmm. If we look at that function again, what does it return? It returns a Boolean or WP error. Mm-hmm. So we true if the event was successfully scheduled. So that's why I'm checking for assert true. Mm-hmm. Make sure that this test returns true.
Right.
This test will error out if there's a deprecation and won't even do the assertion. So this should make sure that, this test should be able to simulate the situation and get me that error.
You want to run that and so show folks?
Well, let's first, I am going to run it, but as I say, it keeps switching between screens, which is really annoying.
It's a little Windows bling music for y'all.
Yeah. That's me switching branches and then changing between branches. I'm first going to run the test on PHP 8.0, not on 8.1. I'm going to run it on PHP 8.0, and I've added it to this file, so I can just rerun that file to make sure that on 8.0 it passes. My new test is added. You can see it here at the bottom.
Yep.
And it passes. Now I'm going to switch to PHP 8.1. And I'm going to check if it fails. Yay!
Look at that.
My test is failing on it's passing on 8.0. It's failing on 8.1. This is a test which covers this particular PHP 8.1 deprecation.
Right. Let me stop you right there. Yesterday in the test channel, I think it was Jonathan, asked me a question about how to write a test. And this is a perfect example of what I was saying there, and I just kind of want to call that out. Notice the steps. Before we're applying the fix, we're going through the steps to see where do we expect this deprecation, this error, whatever the thing is that you're testing, or this unexpected behavior. We write a test that we then are checking for that, and we make sure that test fails, okay, which is what we've done here to show that, okay, now we actually have a test that's capturing the thing that we're trying to fix. Then we can go and create the patch and apply that, and boom, now it should pass. Okay, so this is an example of what I was talking about for the test team. All right, there you go.
And it's also, if you look at my commit flow, it's also why I've committed the tests separately and put them before the patch. Mm-hmm. So the tests are committed first, and then I've committed the patch. So now I'm going to check out the local branch which contains both the test and the patch. And now we're going to run this against PHP 8.1. And my tests are passing.
There.
Including the does not throw deprecation warning. I have to admit, this is still using the comparison against false. If we want to be extra sure, I can change that to is array here as well. Shall I?
Sure.
Just to be sure.
Yep. Yeah, Dennis, you're right. That is an example of of the red-green refactoring site. That's the TDD version. You can modify that a bit. I do find sometimes I'll write the patch, I'm thinking about it, then I pull it back out and run my test in a certain way. It helps me to discover what the problem I'm thinking about might be. Then I go write the test, then I apply in that order. So it's not always that you have to be as strict as that, but there is a process for validating the patch that you've put in, and that's more what we're showing you here.
Absolutely. Paul is asking whether we have tests for get cron array. I don't know. At this moment, that wasn't my concern. And there were so many PHP 8.1 issues that I wanted to look at that first.
Right.
There's a lot of core which isn't tested. Get cron array is not which caused, it's the underlying problem, but it's not something we can fix at this moment because it would be a breaking change to change that return type. So whether that's tested or not is not my concern for fixing this issue.
Right. It would be out of the scope of what she's working on here. But Paul, that might be something, hint, hint, that you might want to take a look at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can see here that I've created the change which we've got in the PR branch. Let me run the tests now again. And I didn't commit it, but I mean, it uses my local file. So whether I commit it or not doesn't matter.
Sure.
And again, the tests pass. So basically, this confirms that this PR, it's got a test which, yes, passes on 8.0, doesn't pass on 8.1 without the patch, does pass with the patch. The question is, are we happy with the test name? Do we need to change anything about the description? Any feedback you can give me which would improve this more, or are we happy for this to go into the code base?
Yeah, hold on just one sec. Too, the other thing I want to point out is the patch that was put in for checking is array and then initializing the variable to an empty array is not going to break. It's not a back compatibility break. So as we're doing a technical review, these are some of the things that we think about too. Is it going to introduce some sort of problem in it? It's not. I'm not seeing that introducing a problem. So I think that's good. Now let's look at the test.
No, it's just fixing a problem. There's no break there.
Right.
Whatsoever.
It's not introducing a problem at all. So, and we saw that when we ran the test too, but yeah. Okay. So I'm fine with the terminology for the test itself. I think that's clear. The idea of what a version site is, we might want to put that in the description, that this only happens during that one snapshot state, right? So it's not that we're defining what version site actually means. It's that it only happens in this, and that gives context to what version site means.
Well, I mean, I said only, when a site hasn't been initialized yet. There can be plugins which maybe unhook the WordPress update calls. So it doesn't necessarily only happen on a version site, but it's the most likely situation.
Let me see. Let me read that through here. So just, you're right. You do provide that context in there. So. Yes. I think that looks good. How about everybody else watching? Do you think it's very clear and readable? Is the descriptions there if you were looking at this in the test suites, if we hadn't just explained it to you? What do you think? We'll give you a second to read and catch up with us.
Yeah, while people are thinking about it and responding, let me see if I can answer Paul's question by just running a search for get cron array. Yeah, if no cron is scheduled, that I could add that to the test description.
Yep.
It does say that the function is called in this particular test file, Paul, but I'm not sure that it's actually tested, because like here, obviously I'm calling the function in my test, but I'm not testing get cron array in this case.
Correct.
But let me update the description, because I do think what Paul said is a useful addition.
I think so too.
test that a call to does not result in a PHP deprecation warning. Of a call to WP events. On a site without any scheduled events does not result in. Sorry, I'm doing this now obviously in the branch which I was using for local testing, which is not helpful because I need to do it in the PR branch.
Yeah.
But I don't, I didn't, add to tests. I'm going to remove that first one because we already did that in the PR branch. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to go to the PR branch, if I can find it. PR 7.6. Yeah. I'm going to cherry pick the commit I just made, the add to commit. Mm-hmm. And as I'm going to be repushing it anyway, let's rebase it on master anyway.
Okay. Sergey's got another, and so does Paul has another point.
That's fine.
Too.
That's fine. We can continue doing this. So I'm rebasing now and doing an interactive rebase on master. And what I'm doing with that interactive rebase, aside from rebasing on master, is also fixing up that test commit to update the comment. Mm-hmm. And I'm doing that in that commit because having that as a separate commit that I fixed up the test doesn't actually add any value in the end for that commit. Mm-hmm. So let's look at what new remarks have come in.
Here, let's look at Sergey's first. I'll put that up.
Yeah, no coverage tags. Very good point, Paul. Thank you very much. I should have done that. I know I've done that for several others. I didn't for this. So
yeah, since this one's intermixed.
Goes to show if you're working on a lot of things at the same time, you do forget things. Mm-hmm. So very good remark. I'm adding that now. And what was the other remark?
Sergey with an improvement to the test itself, saying underscore when cron option does not exist. What do we think about that?
Yeah, the thing about that is that it makes for an extremely long test name. It does not throw deprecation warning when test doesn't. I mean, we're already at nearly 80. What is it? Yeah, we're past the 80 character boundary, sort of. So that test name would really get very long. Can we come up together, all of us, with a name which would both still be descriptive mm-hmm. and not be ridiculously long?
Yeah. So instead of on Virgin site, that can be replaced with when.
Yeah.
But still, that's long. Well, when no cron object or no option, that would be shorter versus does not exist. Mm-hmm. Still long, but. Let's see, test. Let's all debate it. Come on, everybody. All right, so test.
Yeah. The naming is hard.
It's very hard.
How experienced you are, naming is always hard. Mm-hmm. So on the one hand, we want this to be descriptive enough for someone who runs the test to be able to understand what this is testing. On the other hand, it should not be a bug. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see Pedro's remark about what about new site. That's the whole point. It's not only on a new site, it's also when, say, there is a plugin which disables the update checks for WordPress, which might mean that there's no cron job scheduled.
Here, I'm trying something here to see how long it
is. Sergey is saying, I've seen longer names before. Fair enough.
Yeah.
The name, let me
Wow,
see.
that is long, but it could also be maybe something like this. I'll
The
throw it in.
name, where if I just add that when cron option does not exist, then the name is 90 characters.
I got, how many characters is this? So if we did,
So I don't know why Sergey thinks it's less than 80. It's actually 89 characters.
how about if we switch it around to be, get rid of the does not throw and say no deprecation warning thrown when no cron option.
Or no warning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See how many characters we get with that. So
test WP schedule event without cron jobs does not throw warning. That makes the name 63 characters.
okay.
How does that sound?
Put it. Let's go. Let's see what it looks like. I think that that captures everything. It's got the function name. It's got the when state, so we know what the condition is. And it also tells us what we're checking for. There's no warning.
So I'm adding the covers tag and I'm changing the name. Everyone can have a look at the name now. Does this work for you?
Yeah? Everybody? Thumbs up. Don't like it. See, I like this mob programming.
In that case, I'm just going to say, again, I'm going to make it an add to commit, which is never going to be shown outside of my local install. And I'm going to do an interactive rebase again.
Thanks, Dennis. Dennis gave us a thumbs up.
Okay.
If you've not seen her workflow before, go back a few episodes of our pair programming. She's walked through her total workflow before. I'll add some links in there so folks can see that.
Yeah, basically, if they click on your name in YouTube, they automatically can see previous videos we did.
Okay. Sergey has a note here, so
okay.
I changed it to without cron jobs versus the cron option.
Yeah. Okay.
That's actually a better. Yeah.
Without without cron option. Totally agree. Can you read out Sergey's comment?
Sure. The other one was as without cron jobs could be an empty array too. Yeah. So he's saying, all right, we're going to change without cron jobs to without cron option for clarity. Yes.
Yeah. And I'm again doing the interactive rebase. And I'll just keep doing that. And sometimes I only do it once at the end when we iterate. Now I've done it a couple of times in between. And what I do now is I reorder the commit order and I push that add to commit, that last bit we changed, into the earlier commit with the tests. Mm-hmm. And now I'm going to force push it over my original PR commits. Mm-hmm. And if you were following along and looked at GitHub, you will now see refresh. And if you refresh, you see all the changes we made.
Yep.
So the name has changed to test WP schedule event without cron option does not throw warning. We've added the covers tags. We made the description slightly clearer. Are we happy?
Okay, we're going to wait for thumbs up for everybody. By the way, this was a team effort coming through. This is mob programming, which is why I'm glad you're all here, making it better. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is much better, yeah.
Basically, anyone who wants, even if you don't have maintainer status in a repo, you can always click approve. I can't do it at the moment because it's my PR.
Right.
But if you're happy with it, just Give an approve on the PR.
And I'm going to do that right now.
We'll get it committed.
What's
Paul. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thanks for
Good
catching
job, Paul.
Yes. I should know better than that.
We all should know better, but that's the beauty of these types of sessions is one of us will miss something or lots of us
Yeah.
and somebody else will see it. So that's great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Covers.
so we'll wait 1 second here for this to get pushed and then we'll approve the PR. Yeah. Paul's been working on the at covers PR, which is massive. So I bet you have mistyped that a few times.
Yeah. No, I've reviewed quite a few of Paul's patches and have pointed that out myself a number of times as well.
It's very easy to do.
Absolutely, and it must be very satisfying for Paul to be able to point it out when I do it.
He's sitting there going, ha ha ha, yes.
I'm totally happy for that to happen.
You know what happens too when you're looking at this type of code? You see at cover and your eye just passes right over it because you've looked at it so many times that you go, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay.
So,
all right.
Okay, I've updated it now.
Let's just do one last check and then we'll go through an approval. That's our ticket number. Yes. Covers. Yes. Come back up here. Yes. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and approve.
And what you did not see me do now, because I'd basically already done that when I was creating the commits, is in between making commits, I run PHPCS locally, and I normally will do that with -- filter is git modified or is git staged. So it will only scan those files which I've actually touched, but it will check and make sure that the code I commit complies with the coding standards for WordPress, and that I don't introduce new errors.
Right. Okay.
So,
all right.
Can we consider this PR reviewed?
I think so. Yeah. Anybody else wants to go and just give it a thumbs up approval? Please do that. Lots of you contributed to this particular patch. We want to make sure too that you get props in there, please.
Yeah. Do we know GitHub names for these people?
I don't,
I know
but
Paul, I know from Dennis, but
yep.
I'm not sure if I know them from and Sergey, obviously.
Yes, Sergey.
So yeah, if you give a thumbs up in the PR, then we'll be able to give you props on in the commit as well.
Yes, please go do that. Great. All right, next.
Excellent. Okay, now, which one do we want to do? I think we need to do parse string.
That's a biggie. Yep.
That's a big one. Well, actually, parse string is a big one, and parse request is a big one.
Hold on one sec. Luke is asking me for a
link
link.
To the PR is...
I'll get it. One sec.
1576.
Here it is.
Paul, filter on alter on the WordPress GitHub.
There you go.
Full screen. Or Luca, if you filter and type in JRFNL, you just see the PRs we'll be discussing today, which will also make it easier to follow along when we're discussing the code.
I put both those links back in there for you, Lucas, so that you can find them more easily. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to propose we're going to look at WP parse string now first, and only do parse request later, because basically I think download URL, parse request, and that one, they're all fixing the same thing but in different files.
Yeah.
So it's easier to do those three together. Okay. So let's have a look at parse string first, and there's also WP parse args. Those two PRs belong together.
All right, so this is going to be parse string. Hold on one sec. I want to put this in the comments for folks so you can catch up with us.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're off giving thumbs up on that other one, then yes, thank you. Okay. There we go.
No. Okay, and similar to what you saw in the previous PR, I've lined it up again to make discussion and easier, and to make it easy to actually test the test separately from the patch. So I have added dedicated tests for this function. I've got a discussion point in those tests, and then I've created a patch. But let's first look at the file and look at what the actual problem is.
Yep.
Let me grab the editor.
Bling, bling.
Yeah, it will keep doing that, and I don't think I can turn it off.
Yeah, it's all right.
So I think it's in the. Let me see where is function parse string. I know I've got a file open. I don't know by heart where it is either. So it's in formatting, and it's around line 4966. And let me check out the local branch for this, so we can actually test things and work on things properly. Which is the PR number? Oh, parse string here. I've got it.
Okay. Yeah, 1558.
Yeah. So let's also, just for argument's sake, do a search in the tests for WP parse string. Actually, I should do that before I add my test. Check out here. Check out on the local test base. Then do a search to see if there's any tests for it already. Okay, so it does say there's 2 tests in functions and 1 test in admin bar which use the function, but this is a function which is in the formatting file. So aside from the fact that I've actually checked it, these tests aren't testing this function. They're just using the function as part of their tests. So now I'm going to check out the test commits. Let's have a look at what's the problem. Yeah. File formatting. Oh, okay, we can see it straight away already. Here, parse string passing null to parameter 1 string to of type string is deprecated on the line 67, sorry, and that's for line 4967. Except there's 311 of these. So the 311 errors, which all reference the same thing. And most of those are all coming via functions 4558 to formatting. So if we look at functions and go to line 4558, that's the parse arguments function. That's also an interesting one. Are there any for that? It's in the functions file. Okay, so it looks like there might be tests for that in the function file. Mm-hmm. So we can have a look at that in a little while. Mm-hmm. Let's first now look at the actual problem. What is the problem in formatting? We have a function which expects a string input and an array as a second parameter. Mm-hmm. It calls the PHP native parse string function, passes it the string and the array, and then the array is passed by reference. Parse string expects an array to put the output in, and then it applies the filters. So let's have a look at the PHP function. What is the PHP function telling us? Okay, yes, it's a string and an array which is expected, and neither of these are nullable. Now, what happens? What is it that people would pass something other than a string here?
Oh, hold on. I got to adjust that. Sergey just joined us. So, hey, Sergey. I'm going to take this back. And all right, I'm going to do my disclaimer here real quick for everybody watching. I still have not figured out this software. So sometimes I make boo-boos. Anyway, keep going.
Lovely of you to join us, Sergey. But yeah, so people are apparently calling WP's parse string with something other than a string. Yes, people are doing it wrong there, but this function largely handled it gracefully, I think, previously. However, there are no tests for it. The one I pointed out in functions, parse arguments, that's the one where this happens most often. That is expected to get either a string, an array, or an object of arguments, and then an array of defaults, and to merge it. If it's a string, it's expected to be a query string, and that's what parse string is used for, to split that query string into an array. But yeah, clearly args, which is passed to this function, is not always a string, an array, or an object, but it might sometimes be something else.
That's right.
Yeah, painful. So where are we here? Okay, so first thing I did was add some tests because, this function was completely untested. We need tests. So that's basically this file, and I'm going to do something which you're not going to see. Reset. Yeah, okay. So what I've done, I've added tests. In this case, I have got a cover stack, Paul.
Yay!
I actually created a specific class which just and only tests this particular function with a cover stack now.
At the class level. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I basically just call the function and assert that the expected output is the same as the real output, yes, which gets put in the output variable. And I've given it a list of different situations to test, giving it null, a Boolean false, Boolean true, integer, the integer null, 0 integer with some value, a floating, a plain string, a query string. So I'm testing all sorts of different input because I want to know what the behavior is, mm-hmm, in general, and without this any fixes or anything. And then I've added some more tests.
Right. Okay.
What if we test that the result array only contains the result of string parsing? So if we give it an output array which already has information in it, what happens then?
Yep.
So I've added some tests for that. Basically, what we expect is that it only contains the parsed string, so an array with key 25 and thing is test. But we want to make sure that those don't get merged together or handled in any different way. So again, I've added a set of tests. And one thing to note here is I'm using named data sets. A data provider is a way to run the same test with different input data and different expectations multiple times. So this same test is being run multiple times and I'm passing certain information to it. So, same like I did here. Here I'm giving it the input and the expected output. And you can just give it an array of arrays with the values. That's the normal way. So that very first array would look, in most test cases, look like this. So what do you think is more descriptive, what I had or this?
No, I think what you had. Yeah.
Every test data set can be given a name. If you give it a name, those names will be used here as well. Normally, when you have a data provider, it will say with dataset 1, with dataset 2, with dataset 3, with dataset 4. By using the named datasets, it will actually tell me what dataset is being run there.
It's
It
so
will also make
helpful.
debugging easier, because if you have 50 test cases and it says test 34 failed, okay, you have to go and count and which one is 34? Oh, damn, which one is 34? I've lost count again. So if it now says the test named test 34 failed, I can just look up where it says test 34 as the name of the data set, and that's my test.
The other thing it does is it provides context when you're going to come back and read as well. Yeah. So it is a pointer to help you. But remember, each of these arrays inside that big array is a scenario that we're testing. We're giving it some values. We have an expectation. So use that name key there. That's letting us know what is this scenario. That it gives a little bit more context too. So it helps you in finding when something fails, but it also helps someone else when they're coming in and going, wait a minute, we need some more data here. What's being tested here? Yeah.
Yep. And what most people don't realize is that even within the data set, you can also use keys. I would strongly recommend to always make those keys the same as your variable name, because with PHP 8.0 and named parameters, there are PHPUnit versions which don't handle that properly unless you use the same name. So, but it also makes it very clear for whoever looks at the tests what matches what. So input is what goes to the input variable, expected goes to the expected variable. And that's how they're used in the rest of the test as well. Right. So think about that. If your data set that you have there in the data provider is really long, you might not see that test that's above it. So having those variables match, right, the naming match, really gives you context so you can just read, okay, here's the scenario, here's the scenario, here's the scenario, and not have to try to figure it out. And I mean, if we realistically look at this particular function, it calls a PHP function and applies a filter. It doesn't have actual logic in it. Right. However, we now saw an error. So the reason why we're adding a test is to safeguard PHP cross-version compatibility and document the behavior of the function. Yep. In a way, we're testing PHP, but in another way, some other logic might be added at some point into this function. And at least we have tests to safeguard that we're not breaking backward compatibility based on what the behavior is now. True. So this first one was just passing different types and seeing what happens. Mm-hmm. The next test, and here you see slightly more descriptive names already. Mm-hmm. We're testing what happens if I give it different input for the output variable, which is passed by array passed by reference, gets the output assigned to it. Will it clear out that variable and disregard what was already there and overwrite it, or will it merge something? Mm-hmm. So if I pass null to it, or what happens then? Mm-hmm. Well, and I've set up an expected variable here because a lot of the times it's the same, or I expect the same thing basically, but I want the ability to be flexible here, but I've set it up as a variable so at least we know what the standard is. If I pass it an empty array, I will expect the same thing. If I pass it a non-empty array without conflicting keys, I still expect the original array, the expected array. If I give it a non-empty array with conflicting keys, again, I still expect the original of the output to be the same and to be the original array to be cleared out. Yep. Very good. Are you going to test that the filter works? What filter? The apply filters. Good question. I thought of adding a test for that, but basically, there's no logic there. Mm-mm. Apply filters as a function on its own is tested. Correct. It's not for this function to test apply filters. That's already tested elsewhere. So the only thing this filter does is use that hook. But there's nothing actually happening logic wise.
Yeah, it's just passing through if you extend off of that to make a change. But yeah, the apply filters would have its own set of tests to make sure apply filters does what apply filters should do. But here, as she said, there's no other logic going on.
Yeah. Do we need to check whether there are tests for apply filters? Good point. But again, even if they're not, and I am going to run the check, but even if there are no tests for apply filters, that is outside the scope of this particular problem.
Correct.
At this moment, we're trying to fix a PHP 8.1 issue in the WP parse string function. Mm-hmm. We're not trying to expand the test suite just to expand the test suite. We're trying to solve a problem, and we want to make sure that we're not breaking backward compatibility when we change this function to solve the PHP 8.1 issue.
Right. It's very tempting to go down the rabbit hole and start to say, "Ooh, I want to do this. but then you're getting off track of the scope of this particular thing that we're trying to do." So yeah.
And I can actually see there is a file here called apply filters. Mm-hmm. It does look like apply filters is only called 3 times in that, but then again, there may be huge data providers in that function. Mm-hmm. Not very likely considering the size.
The size of it, probably not.
KB. Yeah. But that would be the place to add more apply filter tests. And I'd really highly recommend doing that. I would be the first cheering you on doing that, but that's outside the scope of what we're doing today.
And if you want to take that on, Paul, we're right here to help you with anything that you need. But yeah, outside the scope of what we're doing here. Okay.
Yeah. And the name sets, I'm not sure, Paul, what you mean. Shall I just run the tests now on 8.0 to see if they pass based on the current information I've given it, with the current expectations and assertions, whether they pass on 8.0, because that's our baseline. And I could test it on 5.6 as well if we want to, but 8.0 should do for now. And what was the test name? WP parse string. That should be the one. Oh no, of course.
It's got the formatting.
Yeah, let's just copy paste and make my life easier.
I'm lazy there. I just copy paste too.
For remembering things. Brains are for logic.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
All right.
On PHP 8.0, we can see the test is passing. That's a good thing. Obviously, I created the test to make sure they pass. And the nice thing about the named data set is that you can now see those names repeated here. Mm-hmm. So you can see exactly which data set is being run.
You see that, everybody? So when we start to think about how we're writing our tests, use these data providers instead of stacking up test. Because what will happen is if one of those tests fails, if we just put it all into one test method, it's not going to go to the rest of them. Put it in a data provider, and it's going to go loop through all of those and give us a report.
And I mean, I also see a lot of tests where basically it's literally the same test code with different inputs, but then copied 20 times with slightly different inputs. That's where you need to use a data provider. Don't copy the same test 20 times. You're just wasting your energy. And having a data provider, it's really easy to just add one more test set instead of having to copy the test and change to the whole description. You're testing with just a different input, and you're not testing a different thing completely.
Yep. Okay.
So so we can see the tests. They all pass. We can see the names. If you are like, hang on, but this is not how my output normally looks. Your output looks like this.
Test.
This. Yep. Yes, that's correct. The reason I'm doing it with test docs is because I'm writing a new test, so it's important for me to see that one, all my test cases are being run, two, to see exactly what's happening. So that's why I'm using test docs. It makes it easier for me to see what's happening while I'm developing these tests. Now, I'm now going to the second commit. Check out. Because that's where I added a question.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is, okay, I've now added those tests for all all scalar types and null, but what about arrays and objects? I mean, considering there was no input validation whatsoever, if we're going to fix this issue, do we need to put extra input validation? Should we test for objects and arrays? I mean, it already returns a warning or a fatal error. Do we need to be complete in this?
So. What do y'all think? I think so.
I don't.
Okay, why? Go ahead.
Because the function clearly says it expects a string and nothing but a string. Everything I'm testing here is basically, well, except for the two string types, is people doing it wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it's all people doing it wrong. The fact that people are doing it wrong and they're getting an error or a warning, I mean, with these are all cases which are handled. But with these two cases, arrays and objects, PHP throws a warning or a fatal error. They are already handled by PHP as warning or as error. And why do I care about removing that warning or error? No, I mean, that warning and error is there for a reason. People are doing it wrong. They should read the warning, they should read the error and fix their code.
There you go.
And that's why I don't think we have to add tests for it.
Okay. What do y'all think? Join in the discussion. Sergey, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this function was probably meant as a filterable wrapper for the native PHP functions, so I think it should not contain any special logic to hide the errors for people doing it wrong.
There you go. So, by the way, when I said I think so, the reason I did that was on purpose. I wanted to set up the conversation here. I do that sometimes, so just so you all know.
Yeah. We're good right now.
I love that to make you all think. So anyway. Yeah.
And I mean, yeah.
Isaac, yes, thank you. And hi.
Luca is saying the issue I have with this is that it is a developer mistake, not a user one. The user will pay the price of that developer mistake, maybe with a broken site. Actually, the thing is they will not. Because if a developer ships code with fatal error or warning, sorry, but that should never have happened in the first place. That code should never have become a release plugin. And it gives a very clear error and warning. So as soon as something happens, the developer can fix it. But the developer should never have shipped that. I mean, that means, one, they are not testing their code at all. Two, they're not looking at their error logs. So that means, no.
Yeah. Does that kind of make sense to you, Luca, on there? That's not something necessarily for core there, too. We're clearly saying there's a string and it is doing it wrong. Paul brings up something I'll just put up here on the screen. What about if, and then he said someone handles a no string in the filter?
Yeah, okay. As in handles it or returns?
Paul, handles or returns?
And I'm bringing up a track ticket in the meantime. Basically, I'm definitely am an advocate for type-safe filters. I would very, 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 very much would like to see that in PHP, in WordPress core, where we can actually say, I want this filter to, I give this filter a string and I only accept a string back. So that if you hook into a function from a plugin, you can actually start using type-ins and say, I expect a string, I want a string back. And you know that will not create a fatal error, because a type save filter function would make sure that you will only get a string. And if another plugin which hooks in before you does it wrong, it will not break your code. Because that's one of the problems with the whole filter system. If, say, plugin A creates hooks into a filter, plugin B creates hooks into the filter. The filter is expecting to give a string and return a string. It gives a string to plugin A. Plugin A filters it and returns a float. Mm-hmm. Plugin B expects a string, gets a float, mm-hmm. doesn't have ridiculous amount of validation in there to make sure that's a string, and say in some strange circumstance that would create a fatal error. Most cases with a float and a string it won't, but it can. So now you have a fatal error. Plugin B gets blamed for creating a fatal error, but the actual problem is plugin A doing it wrong because they were returning a wrong value from their filter function. And this is exactly why I opened this issue. I think we need a type safe form of filtering, filter hooks in core. That is not something, again, which we're going to solve in this ticket for 8.1, but it is a ticket which is open, which I'd highly recommend you to follow and to leave your opinion on, because I do think that will solve a lot of problems with fatal errors, which are hard to debug, where there's like 3 or 4 different plugins all hooking into the same hook, and one is doing it wrong, but another gets the blame depending on the order in which the filters are being run. And to me, that gives good plugins a bad reputation, and it means that plugins need to do ridiculous amounts of type checking before handling certain values they receive from filters, which is just not necessary and slows down WordPress. Yep. Because every function hooking into a filter needs to do that same ridiculous amount of type checking.
Yes.
And I'm seeing comments coming in, so I'm just going to quickly read those.
Hey, Paul, I put it in up above. He was looking for the link to that track ticket, and here it is. I just added it again for you there. This is something that's out of scope for this, but it's relevant for what we're talking about here. As we start to think about, absolutely, anybody, any extender, anything can hook into these, because we're an event-based, event-driven system, hook in and send something back that's completely unexpected. Absolutely, that can happen. And
that's a problem.
And that is a huge problem. It also is extremely difficult to debug, as she was saying, to go back through and figure out, wait a minute, who's causing this? Where in the total chain is this being caused from? This is something I would recommend. Go read this ticket, contribute to this ticket. Let's all think about how to propose on this. And I agree, this is something that we want to see land in core. Okay. Yeah. Okay, coming back real quick, let me put up a couple of comments here. I think it fits well with this discussion. Yeah. Luke is bringing up that he tends to protect users from what developers might do by returning, and that then would mean core would need to check the type and every apply filters before assigning it.
But that would mean that core can do this effectively for everything, instead of depending on the individual plugin developers to do it or not.
Right.
And there's lots of plugin developers which do it, and I applaud you for doing it, but they shouldn't need to.
Correct.
This should be handled centrally. They should be able to rely on, if a filter is sending out a string, they are getting a string. Or if it's sending out a Boolean, it should return a Boolean. That will just make life easier and more reliable. It will prevent white screens of that for end users. much more effectively than relying on individual plugin developers to do it.
Right.
So yeah, that was my rant about filters.
Back to our regularly scheduled program.
Let's go back to
Paul.
what we were actually looking at.
Paul then came back and said we were asking he said here that it handles an object and returns a string. That was a question we asked him. Do we need to go back and put up his original question?
No.
Let me go back and find it. So, okay, here it is. What if someone handles a no string in the filter, and then we asked him a question to help clarify that, and he said handles an object and returns a string?
Yeah, then they're doing it wrong.
They're doing it wrong, Paul.
If it's a filter hook, you are expected to return the same type as you're being given, and that might be a union type, but that's rare. In most cases, you're supposed to. Well, actually, it's not that rare in core, but you need to look at what that filter is expecting to give or return.
You say yes, but
possible, but there's no way to effectively defend against this in every single plugin, in every single way.
Yeah, I think he's more meaning that we just guard core, that what comes back from the apply filters is what's
that's
expected.
The whole problem, that core doesn't do that either.
Right.
Core is probably the worst offender there, that it just trusts that plugins will filter correctly, and whatever gets returned by that filter is of one of the types which they've declared that filter expects. And core doesn't filter correctly on that either, and which is all the more reason why type safe filters is so important.
Yeah, and I think this goes back. All of this is out of scope for what we're working on today. I think we could have just a discussion just about this. Should core defensively guard itself from this before assigning? So everything coming back from apply filters goes through a validation process to guard itself from things that could be happening in this event-driven system, or should it adopt something with a single type so that we can have an expected type come back? I think that's a bigger, broad subject that we're kind of talking about, that's pulling us off of the PHP 8.1 focus that we're doing. But it's an important conversation to have. So
I agree. It's exactly the reason why I opened that ticket. And if someone looked at the date a good 10 months ago and there's no movement.
Right.
So please do join the conversation there. But let's get back on topic now to where we are actually at. I mean, no matter what, if we look at the code in the function, this function is returning by reference. That's the reference. So this array gets changed by apply filters, and that array gets, it's returned by reference. You don't know what gets returned by the filter, and there's no type checking in that at all at that point after the filter to make sure that array is still an array.
Yes.
That is still outside the scope of this particular issue. Because the issue was with parse string giving a deprecation warning about null.
Okay.
We just saw.
Can we just kind of stop just a second? Does everybody realize that that's out of scope, right? We want to stay focused today on 8.1 and making sure.
We're not doing a good job of it.
We're not. So I think that was a good conversation, but I think what I'll do is when we go through those, I think if you all don't mind, I'll stop us to say, whoops, we're going down the rabbit hole. Let's point you over to here to where that conversation can occur, and then let's come back at a different date, and maybe we'll have all of us get together and have a round table, and we can talk about that. But today, let's try to stay on scope, on point for the 8.1, if that's cool with everybody, okay? So if I start to redirect us back, that's why I'm doing it.
And if it's not cool with anyone, we do still need to get it done. So we are going to do it. Okay. So what I first did was run the test against 8.0, and that's where we were. So they've run against 8.0, and all tests are passing. I'm inclined not to add tests for array or object because PHP natively already gives warnings and errors. So I really
It's
don't
already
think
covered.
we need to do that as well on top of that.
Yep.
So that remark to discuss is going to be removed from the commit. And let's now switch to PHP 8.1. Let's go to my script and just say, okay, I want PHP 8.1 now. And run the test again.
Ta-da!
And if I run it with test docs, it becomes even clearer which one is the one failing. Yes, passing a null to parameter 1 is deprecated. So my test is, on the one hand, I've added way more tests than is needed. On the other hand, my test does actually identify and safeguard the problem which we're going to be trying to fix. It really does, it passes on 8. We want to safeguard that the same behavior is maintained. This would be regarded as a breaking change because people get deprecation notices. We don't want to see that deprecation. So what do we do?
There we go.
So now I'm going to switch to the last commit,
Okay.
which contains the fix.
Oh, does it fix it?
Let's first test if the tests pass with the fix. Quickly. Okay, they pass. And now let's discuss the actual fix.
Yeah, let's go through now. By the way, I'm glad that you put that discussion point in there because it gave us an opportunity. Well, it took us down the rabbit hole a bit, but it did give us the opportunity to discuss and understand that we don't necessarily need to be testing things that PHP already are giving us. So I think that was a very good discussion to have as folks are learning how to build tests. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, so I'm changing code here. On the one hand, I'm checking that what's passed to array. That might be a string, that might be God knows what, but it might also be null. And I'm just making sure it's an empty array. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, I mean, we already knew that behavior was happening. It would override anyway. So if it's not an array, setting it to an empty array is perfectly valid.
Yep. And
I'm saying only do the actual call to parse string in PHP if string is a scalar. And a scalar means either a Boolean value, a float, an integer, or a string. Mm-hmm. That means it excludes null, it excludes array, it excludes object. But it also means that parse string will only be passed something which it can actually handle.
Right. So now we've got some defensive coding in here that we're validating that we expect a string, we expect an array, and we've got some defensive coding in here to make sure.
But I've marked this work in progress for a reason. Mm-hmm. Because if I do this, I'm also changing the behavior.
Yes, you are.
Because if someone would have passed an array or an object previously, they would have gotten a fatal error or a warning. And now that warning or fatal error no longer gets thrown because an object or an array doesn't get passed to parse string anymore.
That's right.
Which was all the more reason why I wanted to have that discussion. We probably need a different solution, except what?
Yeah. Well, I want to back up here to this concept of we've said we expect a string. We said we expect an array. It's there in the parm layout in the doc block. How far do we take defensive coding to know that you gave us, you're not doing it wrong, that you gave us what we expect? And if we're defensive coding like this, are we then hiding that somebody's doing it wrong? And because we're changing that behavior. I think that's kind of what we're leading into to have a discussion about.
Yes. This behavior change here, however, is slightly more subtle. Mm-hmm. What the behavior change is in case of array or object, here previously it would throw a warning or fatal error on the parse string. Now the handling of that is passed to apply filters.
Yep.
Which is not great. Would wrapping it in a try-catch and throwing an error work? No, it would not. Because the deprecation warning is not avoided by wrapping it in a try-catch, because that's not an exception to catch.
Right.
So then we would still have the deprecation warning. We could silence it, but that is just really bad practice.
I have a question, and I'm just raising it. A lot of times, folks, I ask questions because it surfaces a different thing, a way of thinking about something. So although you may go, well, duh, Tonya, it's on purpose when I do ask different types of questions. For this one, my question is going to be, I'm going to go back to that we've said we expect a string, we expect an array, but we're testing with what if plugins are doing it wrong and sending other than what we expect, that's what's throwing the deprecation, right? Is that we're giving it something that is not expected. That
except,
go ahead.
Yeah, except yes and no. Up to now, WordPress, parse string in PHP basically handled null, silently handled null. Now it doesn't handle it anymore. Well, it still does, except it's now throws a deprecation warning. We don't want to change that behavior. So when someone passes null, and let's be fair, core passes null to it over
yes,
300
it does.
times in the alone.
Yep.
And fixing those 300 places is yet a whole other different kettle of fish. That doesn't solve our problem, basically. So we could do it doing it wrong with an array or an object, but those aren't expected types, and people shouldn't have been giving those anyway. Mm-hmm. Should we prevent the deprecation warning for null? Yes, I do think we should. Does this do that? Yes.
Yes.
Does it maintain the behavior we previously had? Yes, it does, except for objects and array. Mm-hmm. And now Luca is asking, what about objects implementing to string? Yeah, good question.
That's a very good question, Luca.
Very good question. But this is why these problems are difficult.
And thank you, Luca. That just made it more difficult.
Yep. Doing a string cast is an option, but again, if we do that on an array, that would probably still give a problem. Then again, that might give a warning in a similar way as we previously had, just a different warning.
Yeah.
And in that respect, I'm not too bothered with that. So let's try what happens if we do that. Freefall. Is it freefall.com? I clearly haven't used freefall in this session.
No, you before. Have not. Actually, I think we have. It's just probably been a while.
Is it or? It's or.
It's
okay.
org. I'll put this up for y'all. So this is a tool that we often use. You can also create something here, have it run, and share that in a ticket or in a PR to show a concept.
Let me just copy something from that PR for a test case, that query string. Empty array, let's add that as well. Then an array with some values. And then an object, and then we need to create a class, of course. Class foo with a function to string, and let's just return foobar. We're not going to add the complicated logic. It's just for proof of concept making a point. So let's say object is new foo. Then we can also have an object in this array. Then we're going to do a for each with this array as value. We're going to pass that to parse string. We're going to var dump the output. Parse string value output. Actually, we don't want to var dump this function call. We want to var dump what the output is because of the reference. Horrible reference. This is the one. Then we want where we say is scalar.
Yep.
I'm making lots of typing mistakes at the moment. Sorry. Right. Okay. And that's also part of the reason, by the way, why I added the isSet array at the beginning, because if we're not passing on, then array would not be filled in, possibly, and we want to make sure it's an empty array.
Correct.
Before we pass it on to the filter. So actually, for filters, I'm not causing a problem. I did actually solve that, except I didn't remember it when I was explaining it.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Just pressed no to someone who I shouldn't press no to. Sorry. What was I copying? Okay, yeah, I was copying this. Yes. And we need to call that something different now because we're using array for the input. So I'm using output here. Okay.
And you need to fill in is scalar there with what you're going to pass into it.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And then I need to do a third for each where I don't do any of this.
And let's see what happens.
I cast it to string. But not there. I cast value to string.
Right.
Okay, and let's do a quick echo so we know where each set starts and ends. Okay, if I do an eval now. Okay, we already see a different behavior between PHP 7 and PHP 8. But what is the exact different behavior? Let's because it's returning an array, the output is quite large. Okay, so
we got a fatal error in 8.
Yeah, as soon as we give it the array. So let's change the order here and have the object before the array to make sure we actually see the toString behavior. And the object worked here because that's the typo with foobar. So fatal error with an array, and then warning.
Expects one parameter to be a string. Line 17.
Yeah.
Line 17.
And here we have array. Yeah. So varying results. And on 8.1, the results will be even slightly different because here we get the deprecation warning, which we were trying to fix. Well, that fatal error. Here we, with an array in the first example, we get a fatal error. This is the original code. We know we're going to change that. Let's just comment that out.
Sure.
That's code we're not going to use in the end anyway. That's not one of the solution options. Let's make the output slightly smaller so we can actually see what the difference is between the two.
We can wrangle this a little bit more here.
Yeah. So the first option, which is what the patch is as it is,
okay,
doesn't give, basically handles every case, doesn't give any warnings or notices anymore. But because, oh gosh, output is assigned by reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's checking with is set output. Let's make that empty, because as it's done by reference, it was remembering the last results.
Yes.
From the previous thing. So let's see if empty will.
Yeah, run it again.
If not empty.
Not empty.
If not instead, or not empty. Or should we just say output is array?
Yeah, there we go.
Because in the end, it doesn't really matter. Right. We just need to make sure it's an empty array at the start.
Correct.
And it's going to be overwritten no matter what, but we don't want to get an error when we pass it off to the filter for it not being set after the conditional parse string.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what we get.
Let's see. Okay, so now it becomes clearer.
Empty, yep.
But the object to string passing with the is scalar clearly didn't work. That's as expected, and
correct.
Something we may need to fix. And here that does work with the string cast, but then we still have the warnings for the array.
Right.
With the string conversion. And it gives a really weird end result.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And if it's an object which doesn't have a toString method, we probably have another problem again.
Uh-huh.
We'll get an object to string conversion. Mm-hmm. Then again, those objects and arrays were giving warnings or errors anyway. So should we really care about that? If we do a plain string cast, if we do a plain string cast, it should. Oh, hang on. We should probably reset the array of the output before doing this for each anyway. Let's rerun it again.
Let's rerun it again, yeah, just to make sure. Yeah. And then we can check to see how we're changing. That's the thing, too, is to look at how are we changing the behavior. You should still be getting, if there's a problem here for the objects to string.
Yeah.
You're still going to get the warning.
We're basically getting empty arrays for objects and arrays, but no warnings or notices. With the string cast, we're getting an actual string in an array for the stringable object, and warnings for the array. And the behavior on 7 is basically the same as that.
Okay. What
was already a warning for an array to string conversion, but then a different warning. Previously, if people gave an array or an object, I think leaving that is okay. So in this case, a string cast might be the best solution.
I was just going to go back to see the original code. What was the result of the original code for this specific that we're looking at? That's that object here with toString. just so that we can all refresh our brains that we
The
are.
original code gave it with a stringable object. Gave it the same result as it still does now.
There you go. So we can see that we're not changing that behavior there. It's still a problem.
So maybe we should add a test with an object with toString.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure that's safeguarded for the future as well.
100%, right. Yep, I agree.
And this is why this PR was work in progress. Yay!
That's right. Luca, good job, buddy.
So let's go to the actual code.
Okay.
We're saying, okay, we would like a test with an object with its toString method. The fun thing here is the best way to do this is to create an anonymous class, which we just and only use in this test. Except anonymous classes are PHP 7, which we cannot use.
Cannot use.
So we need to declare basically a dummy class in this to use as a fixture.
Yes.
But I would prefer not to have two classes in this file.
Yes.
But at this moment, there's no real place to put fixtures.
Luca.
Yeah, did someone say Evo? Yeah, you do realize that doesn't actually work anymore in PHP 8.
I think someone is saying.
Actually, it does, but we don't want it. We really, really don't want it.
No.
No. So at this moment in the test suite, there's no dedicated location for fixture files. I think that's not something we need to solve at this moment.
Mm-mm.
So for now, to fix this particular PHP 8.1 problem, I think I'm just going to do the dirty
I
way.
think that's smart because the other is out of scope. There is some work, so y'all know. Once we get through this, we're planning on going through and setting up and doing some reorganization, some namespacing, some looking at how we do setups and teardowns. There's lots more work here to do, and at that point, we can start to move things like this into a fixture area.
Yeah. So I'm just going to give this a very simple public toString method, which returns foobar. I really couldn't care less about it. It's literally just about having an object to pass, which has a toString method.
Right.
Which is a great suggestion from Paul to include that in our thinking. Mm-hmm. So what should I add as a class doc block?
That was
fixture
Luca.
for use in the tests. I'm not even going to bother with more than that. I think this is
Simple.
clear enough for now. Mm-hmm. And the name of the fixture does bring it related back. So if we move this fixture later on, it's already related to the test class which it's about.
Right. Do you notice the formatting that we use? Tests, underscore, what it's linked to, what its group is, then the name. Here, fixture, same, follows the same pattern.
And I expect basically the same as this.
Boom. Let's find out.
I'm going to remove the remark. As things are, let's go back and run the test on PHP 8 to make sure they pass as they are on PHP 8. But to do that, I need to first commit this and check out the test only commit again. Yep. Because at this moment we have checked out the commit which contained the original proposed fix, which we're not going to use. So add to tests. As we're still working in progress, I'm gonna just rebase this, and let me switch it again and change the order, but not fix things up yet, because there might be more changes in a little bit. So I'm now going to check out just and only the commits which have the tests. I switch to PHP 8, and I'm going to run. As they pass, including the stringable object.
Ta-da.
If I go to 8.1, as they are, we just have the error for null. The stringable object still passes. So what we've just changed in the test is hereby safeguarded. Now we check out the commit with the fix again.
And let's see what happens with that. Repeat.
Well, we're going to change that fix first, because the fix as we had it hasn't been changed yet. We're formatting. Yeah, okay, where the hell? Which line was it? 4966 or something? Here we go. Yeah.
Seriously, you had that line number in your brain?
Having seen it 300 something times, yes.
Oh my goodness.
So, do we need to save, as we're not going to do a conditional call to parse string, we don't need to safeguard that array is always declared.
Right.
Because it will be.
Correct.
And we're going to add the string cast here.
There you go. Now
That's
let's see.
We discussed. We're still on PHP 8.1, and I'm just going to run the tests again.
Okay, green.
I'm gonna reorder these commits and commit the fix first. Add to fix. Do the interactive rebase again. My screens really don't like me. But the to-do discuss, I'm gonna just add that to the original test commit, because we've discussed it and we're not gonna change anything specific there.
Correct.
I'm gonna fix up the fix as well. I will address the actual commit message later on. That's something we either later on if we have time in this session, or I'll do that after the session, because I'll tidy that up and make sure that it applies properly for what we discussed now, what the actual fix is which we're going to use.
Sure.
Now, where is the branch where you can all see it? PR branch.
1558. Oh, your branch.
Yeah. I'm going to rebase that on master. Actually, you know what? I'll just reset it on master. And I'm basically throwing away what I had online. And I'm just going to cherry pick these two commits, which are what we just worked on. And then push it up again. But it's the same thing. I just had it in two different branches. The PR branch is on master. My local branch, which I've been using for the testing, where you could see the test runs without other errors distracting you, is because I've got some extra changes in there, which makes it easier for testing now.
Okay.
So that's why I had the two branches set up as in preparation for today. So if we now look here again, we can, if anyone is looking online on Git,
just refresh.
You can now refresh and you can see all the changes. And please look critically at the descriptions of the test, the names of the test, and see if there's anything still which needs fixing. I do think I probably need to run another PHPCS because we'll probably get a message about
spacing.
The double errors not being right.
Yeah, for the formatting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know I write the standards, but I don't agree with this standard either. I've just written the sniff. It doesn't mean I necessarily agree with it. This is too fiddly.
That is very fiddly.
In every single standard in every single code base I work with where the WordPress coding standards is used, I actually make this less fiddly. I basically say if it's only the inner nested array where the errors have to be aligned, everything else doesn't have to be aligned. It just expects one error. Because otherwise it gets to or when it's mixed, like here, actually it probably would, but like all those outer arrays here which contain nested arrays in it, that just makes it really fiddly, especially with long arrays like this. So if 100% of the arrays entries have a multi-line array entries again in it, don't bother with the double error alignment. That's a setting you can use for those people interested. I can show you where you can find it, find the details about it. That's in the wiki of the WordPress coding standards repo, customized behavior of WordPress CS. And one of the options here is, where is it? Arrays. Where is he? Let's just search for double errors. Hey, that works. Yeah, so here are some options listed which you can use. There is allow for new lines. There is an option to whether it needs to be exact or not. That is like if you already have all the errors aligned and then you remove an item, which means that they all should become less long. The indent or the spacing in between should become less long. But if they're all aligned, don't bother with calling that out. And then there's max column, and then there is align multi-line items, and this is the option I use. WordPress, based on the written standard, demands always, which is what the default setting is. Because of that, I personally use not 100, which means that it's a lot less fiddly. So have a look at this wiki page. It contains all the customizable sniff properties. If you use WordPress coding standards for outside core and you want to make certain things less fiddly, this is how you do it.
Yeah. So looking at the tests, if we go back to the test, what is that? The second test? The second test. Yeah. If I'm looking at the description of that above, I'm finding a little confusion in here that might actually exist. The second sentence is, when provided with different types of result arrays, however, we're not always passing an array in. Instead, we're also passing null in there as well. So that result array might be something that we might want to think about for clarity.
Well, the expected type is an array.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't actually put too many different types in there because we know that PHP overrides it.
Yep.
And will make it an array anyway.
Yes. It's more the verbiage there, when provided with different types of result arrays, although we can also send a null, which we're testing against. We're testing that null could also be coming in.
How would you word it?
I don't know. That's the part I'm stuck on here as I'm reading it. Wording things and naming things is tough. I just see a confusion there with that term arrays because it's not always. Go ahead.
Maybe just with different types of results.
Results.
Yeah, except it's not different types of results because that puts people's brain in the output of the output.
Yeah.
And it's the output given as input, which.
And I think that word.
Maybe we should just use this phrasing.
That's kind of what I'm. Because that word result is also throwing off. Okay, what's the result when I'm looking at this test? Is that the output?
Yeah, but that I think is because. Oh no, it's not even.
It's not even up there. Yeah.
And my fingers are itching to rename the parameters here. That will be done in a separate ticket.
Yeah, I didn't bring that up because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I'm just going to mention it. We're not going to go into it. Those, you can use reserved keywords as variable names. Please don't do it. It'll confuse the hell out of people when they use name parameters. We will still change this in core, except it hasn't been done yet.
Right, and that's where I'm looking at this going, I think that's the name we're going to give it later, but it doesn't align to the naming now. Yeah.
Yeah, so for now, value for the output parameter. Let's look at the file here.
It's funny, when I read that, I went, oh, okay, so we have a new name for that parameter once we get to that work.
Yeah. Test that the result array only contains the result of the string parsing when provided with different types of
output
input for the output parameter.
There you go. That's more clear in my brain. That connects.
Input for the output parameter. Yeah, okay. It's still,
It's still funky.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least I do agree it's clearer.
Yeah.
Anything else? Has anyone else looked over the PR, got comments, things which could become clearer, could be done better?
Yeah.
Aside from the fact that, yes, I do need to align those the double arrows, and I will do that, Sergey, before I mark it ready for commit. I've put it as a draft PR. Oh, hang on, that's not it. But yeah, it's a draft PR now. Before I'll clean it up, those arrows, and then I'll mark it ready for review properly.
Right, and then we can go through, and all of us go through and put your thumbs up if you agree with it. So, yeah, I think everything else reads well to me. That was the only thing that my brain just kept stopping on. Sergey, what do you think?
Okay. Sergey?
Yeah, it looks good to me as well.
Okay. Yeah, just running across there and fixing up any formatting for the new stuff that we've put in.
You know what? If I'm gonna have to do the arrows anyway, let's do that. Then again, I still need to clean up the commit message as well.
Yeah, that's okay.
Do we want to do that now? Or?
Sure. Why don't we? We're sitting here. We might as well show folks how you do that too.
Let's have a look at the original commit message for the tests.
I tell you what, while you do that, I'll be right back. So,
is this readable for people? No, I don't think it is it? Let's do it on GitHub, because then it'll be more readable. Commits, first commit. Okay, so this is the commit message for the first text. Tests are dedicated tests for the WP parse string function. Even though the function doesn't really contain any logic, these tests document the function behavior when different input values and output values are passed and safeguard PHP cross-version compatibility. Anyone got any feedback on that, or is that clear enough, Sergey?
It seems clear enough to me.
Okay. Then let's look at the actual message. Yeah, this one I haven't fleshed out yet, and I do have some phrasing for that in some of the other commits, but then I'd be doing lots of copy pasting and writing that up, and then I normally need to actually concentrate on that because I'm dyslexic, and talking and writing at the same time while trying to explain something with people listening and asking questions is not a good combination for me. So I am going to write this up properly, but I'll do that after. So for now, I'm just going to squash that extra text change in the tests into the commits. Yeah. I am going to push that up, and I will clean up the commit message and the errors later. Good. And I see Tonya is back. I think I need a 2-minute hygiene break as well. I've not changed the commit message yet, Tonya.
Okay.
This needs something, a part of my brain which I can't do while I'm talking and writing at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
My brain doesn't handle that.
So Tonya, come back and do some talking so she can fix that.
That would have been an option, but now I first go for the hygiene
take a break.
and I think we'll move on to the next PR then.
Okay.
This one is basically ready. I just need to type it up nicely.
Okay.
Commit message-wise and do the arrows. But builds-wise, test-wise, we're happy with it.
Yeah, just ping me later once it's ready to go, and then I can go through and give a thumbs up on it, and then we can put it in the queue for Sergey.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to take a break, since I just took one too, go for it. Sergey, how are you?
I'll be back.
You're going to take one? All right, we'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to mute myself, everybody. So, hey, how's the sound to everybody? Is it echoey? Does it sound good to you all? If you can give me a thumbs up and let me know that the sound here, I should have asked that in the very beginning when we were doing setup to make sure that the sound is coming through really well. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I appreciate you coming today, Paul. So thanks so much for joining in and helping out with this mob programming session. Hope you have a good day and a good weekend. Dennis, thank you. Appreciate that. Isaac, hey, thanks. Oh, hey, how are you? Thanks for being here. Oh, hey, how are you? Thanks. Appreciate that too. While you two were gone, I was asking everybody for a sound check to make sure that we sounded okay. I should have done that in the beginning because sometimes we get a little bit of feedback with things. So I'll try to remember that from now on. When we're doing that setup and we got the countdown timer going, I can just ask people, how do we sound? So, and Paul had to take off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate the time you spent with us, and it's always useful input. And I've found today's discussion so far very helpful and very very interesting to get all the input and expand our thinking on certain fixes here.
Seriously, you all come back to our other pair programming sessions because this is a working session. So come get involved and help us with these types of things. Really, really appreciated y'all being here. Okay.
Yeah. Now, I already mentioned when we started looking at parse string, nearly all of those 311 errors came from the WordPress parse arguments function. So if we look for that, let's see if there's some tests for that. Okay, it is in the function file, so it did in. There's likely some tests in there, so let's have a look in my editor. Do I have the functions test file open? No, this is the actual functions file. But I can open it. Okay, so there's a test here for WordPress Park Arc objects. When it's given an object, one when it's given an array, one when it's given an object and defaults. But actually, hang on, there's two tests in this.
Yeah.
There's two tests here. Okay.
Some refactoring.
And basically, for this quite essential function in WordPress, there's something like 80 lines of tests. But yeah, when I looked at this, I figured it would probably be helpful if we had more tests for that. So I have a PR open here, and I don't want to focus on that today unless we have time in the end. But I just want to mention it and ask people to review it. I've created a PR which expands these tests quite a lot. So I'll quickly go through what I've done. So if people look at it later and review, that they actually understand what I'm doing.
Yeah.
First, I've grabbed the files, the tests which were there, and I've just moved them to a separate file.
Okay.
Because that just makes it a lot clearer what is being tested. So it's now in the functions directory with the function name as the test name.
Yes.
It doesn't change, and that didn't change anything. It just did that. I've added visibility to all the methods. Seriously, I mean, what age are we living in? PHP 4? Then
I'm sorry. I love when she does those little comments. Yeah.
Then I realized that in nearly all the tests, this same mock object was being created.
Yeah.
With the same WordPress ignore comment. Well, it's definitely being created twice, so I've just created a helper method for that.
There you go.
Get object for parsing.
Mm-hmm.
Then next, as I already mentioned in the beginning, there were a lot of tests basically doing the same thing and doing that multiple times within one test. So instead of having 3 methods which each do 2, 3, 4 assertions, I've now created one test with a data provider which does the exact same thing.
Woohoo! You know, for me, this is so much more readable. I can clearly see what each of the scenarios are.
And it says object with properties, object without properties, empty array, array with keys and values. So it describes what is being tested as well. And I've got other data here because they only need one particular input, because input and they use the WP parse string methods to get the output. Yeah. So these are the same tests basically which were already in place.
Yes.
I've not changed anything yet, just refactored how the tests are being run.
Okay.
Now I'm going to improve a test, because there was also a test which checked how in a query string, if the values are Boolean, how is that handled? It checks that those are set as string values. So the false here becomes the text string false, and true here becomes the text string true. Mm-hmm. But what it didn't check if arg is actually an array, and that it has the key foo, or that the key bar.
Right.
So if that assert is string failed, it might fail on completely different things, and it might actually fail on a PHP error instead of on it not being a string.
Right.
So this stabilizes the test by actually making sure that the test which we want to run can be run properly, and it adds error messages specific to each assertion. If you have more than one assertion in a test, make sure you always pass the message parameter so that you know which of those assertions failed.
Correct.
Because it will just say that test failed. Yeah, but which assertion?
Exactly. So this really helps you to narrow down exactly what's going on and why right here. So, yeah.
Yeah. So this test I didn't add to the data provider because it's testing something different. Mm-hmm. It's testing the type of the values in the array, but I did improve it by giving it the messages and not making assumptions in the test, not assuming that WP args actually worked.
Right. Does that make sense to everybody that's here with us as to why instead of just, it might not have returned that array. It might not have had those keys. So check for that first so you don't get a PHP error and then you don't understand why. Here we are literally checking and asserting against that to make sure that we get what we expect to come back. Okay.
Yeah. Next, I'm just adding null as a test case because that's the one which we're solving with the parse string. But just as a lot of the errors were coming from parse arguments, let's make sure there's a test case in parse arguments for that as well.
Very good.
And then I'm expanding the test a little more. Test parsing of arguments when no value has been passed for the defaults parameter. Sorry. The test description is wrong. I need to update that. When a value, because all those previous tests didn't have a default value.
Right.
Now I'm adding tests where defaults actually has a value.
Has a value. Right.
Yeah. Or some of them, there was one or two which already existed. But yeah, so I'm rewriting that to make sure those tests are properly set up with data providers. And then I'm adding more test cases to that as well.
Yeah.
One where the defaults contain numeric keys and an unkeyed value.
Oh.
How does that handle it?
Good.
So this is not PHP 8.1 specific, but it is triggered by the PHP 8.1 errors. It highlights that this function did not have enough tests and should probably be, that the test coverage should be expanded. Even though it's quite a simple function, I felt it was such an essential function to WordPress that expanding the test was a worthwhile way to spend my time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I noticed too that the PR is focused on expanding the test. That's what the PR is doing, right? So in the scope of this PR, we are doing just that. We're doing a little refactoring and we're expanding them.
Yeah, but nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
I'll just make a note.
Go this any deeper. Please have a look at it. Please leave feedback. Very welcome. Yes, I know there can probably be more tests still, but at the same time, under the hood, again, it uses a lot of default PHP functionality. We don't need to test PHP. We need to test our logic. So, having discussed that, let's go back to the PR list and decide which one we want to look at now. Let's do parse requests.
I'm just kind of keeping an eye on time too. So, but yeah. Okay. I just made a comment there too, so that we don't forget about that doc block description. I just put a comment in there. Just.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and let's make a note about what was it? Parse string, the arrows and
yeah, right.
So I know that I still need to do that, and then you said for
part of your
parse
to-dos.
Test description. Yeah.
Okay.
Good. I've got my notes then.
Okay, and then later
Parse-
today I'll run through that other one with a little bit more detail. And everybody else do the same thing too, please. Let's come back to that async.
More feedback is good.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to go back to, let's see, so where do we start? Probably, let's go back to the test base. Does everyone know the WP parse request function?
Everybody?
Anyone?
Yes, no? Right here. Go
Let
ahead,
me just
show
look
them.
it up here in the meantime. Parse request. Oh, no, that's the action hook. WP parse request. It parses the request to find the correct WordPress query. In other words, it's essential to any and every page load. It's the heart of WordPress.
Biggie. Yep.
It is really, really the heart of WordPress. Look at the function. It starts at line 133 and it goes all the way to line 389. So that is one hell of a function which should have been a class.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so nearly 300 line of 250, 300 lines of functions there. Shall we have a look if there are any tests?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, as it's the heart of WordPress, I would expect it.
I would expect a huge amount of tests. Yes. Well, I would want a huge amount of tests.
My search is finished.
Yeah, I know.
There are no tests whatsoever.
Hey, test team. We need tests.
Yeah, this function, the PHP 8.1 problem in here is the cause of something like, let me look it up because I did make notes obviously while I was working on things. It is the cause of 611 errors. So, but now we had to make a decision basically. I mean, yes, this function needs test. It desperately needs test. But is that within the scope of this particular issue fixing? I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
It would need a lot more time and patience, and we really need to go through this with a fine-tooth comb to write proper tests for this.
Yeah, all the different branching
through it. I do
it.
want to add a test for my specific problem, and that by adding a test for the specific problem which I'm going to solve, it does mean that I create a new test file, a new test class, which invites other people to expand on the test which I'm creating.
Yes,
and add more tests in that test class for this particular function.
I agree. And that task of then going through and figuring out all the different happy and unhappy paths, which will be a big task to do for this one, needs to get done, but that's out of the scope here for this.
Yeah. So what I've done, and oh gosh, what's the PR number again?
That one is 1577.
Yeah, so I'm going to check out the commit, which is just and only the tests. Actually, let's show that commit so we can have a look at it. So what I've done is I've created a new folder even called WP, because it's the WP class. And I've called it, created a file named for the method test WP parse request. And I've added a test called test no deprecation notice when home URL has no path.
Okay.
And now I need to expand a little on this, but let's first have a look Does this test pass on PHP 8, and does it highlight the problem on PHP 8.1? Because then we know that we're actually talking about the right thing.
Can we back up just a minute? I mean, we got stuck into looking at how huge and how essential this particular method is to core. And then we talked about that it's lacking test coverage. And we might have gotten lost into what the initial problem is that we're trying to look at from 8.1.
Well, it's again one of those passing null to PHP native function which expects a string, and where that string is not nullable. And that's why I want to run the test, because then we can see that error being displayed in the test, and then we can look it up on php.net to see what the function is and where the problem actually originates from.
Yeah, very good. Luca, thank you for joining us today. Really good help with us today. Good discussion. I'll see you around the test team. Come on back for our next live session too.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, and have a good weekend.
Okay.
Okay, what did I call the tests? I did have that file open, didn't I?
You did, I thought.
Here.
Yeah, there we go. Copy, paste.
Yeah, and I've switched to PHP 8 already. And you can see that at the top of my test runs in always anyway. I mean, this is not default that it shows the PHP version, but that is part of my bat script, which I shared in the gist earlier, that it always shows the PHP version. Because I switch so often, I need to make sure that I'm on the right PHP version. So on PHP 8, it's okay. It doesn't give me an error.
Okay.
Now, yeah, let's switch to 8.1. Yay!
There it is.
In other words, we
Trim.
now know there's a problem, and the problem is on line 173, and it's about trim and passing null to trim.
Yep.
So if we look at the PHP manual, yep, trim expects a string, and it's not a nullable string.
Correct.
So that makes sense.
Correct.
Now let's look at the actual function code.
Now comes the fun.
Yeah, let me see. No, I can't open this on GitHub in the same way. Let's go to the PR. Then I'm just going to quickly go to the file I want.
And then open it.
Tell it to view the file so we can see the complete file. And I'm going to go to the master branch so you don't see my fix yet.
Ta-da.
Um,
About line 173.
173. This is the line where the problem is. Now, do you see the problem in this line? Or just look at it for a moment and try to understand what's going on here.
And this is where you might even, if you're not sure about some of these functions, go look them up. Let's see what they return. Let's see what we get.
I'll do that
Let's
in a
see
moment.
what they expect. Right?
Yeah.
So.
A home URL basically asks for or gets the whatever is in the database as the home URL.
Yep.
In the test situation, and I'm just going to go and show that, but not just the test situation, that's also very representative of the real life situation. Sorry, I'm doing it wrong. Where is, yeah, test config sample. In the test situation, that is set via WP test domain.
Yeah,
and this is basically the domain taken. This is what is returned as your home URL, but then with a scheme.
Yes.
But you notice there's no trailing slash here. Even if I add a trailing slash, I still don't get a trailing slash when I get the output from home URL.
Go to that one. There you go.
Yeah, we go to get home URL.
Yep.
We can click through.
Expand it down.
And if we look at this, you can lower up.
And then you go down to the left trim. Yep.
Yep. It basically, if there is a path, it will it will still try to left trim. No, it left trims, not right trims.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if there's a path, it will use that. But basically, what is underlying is again here. No, not the. Where is it? And basically, it does get option home, and it's what's stored in get option home, which is the basis. But even then, I didn't get. I tested with the with this PHPUnit config file, the WP test config file, set with example org slash example org slash path slash, and no matter what I did, home URL gave me a URL back without a trailing slash. So
okay, so being stripped somewhere.
Yeah. And where is not really our concern at the moment,
No,
but
it's
been
not. It's more understanding that is what's happening there. It's being stripped out. Okay.
So then the output of home URL is then passed to parse URL. Parse URL is a PHP function which can take two parameters. One is required, one is optional. The first is a string, the URL. Then the second, it expects a component, and the component is generally one of those constants, PHP constants, and tells you which part of the URL you want. And if you look at the return type, it says, okay, on seriously malformed URLs, it may return false. But that's only on seriously malformed. If the component parameter is omitted, an associative array is returned, at least one element within the array. And the potential keys are listed here. And if the component parameter is specified, parse URL returns a string, or an int in case of port, instead of an array. And if the requested component doesn't exist within the given URL, null will be returned.
There's our null.
That's the crucial one. Because if we look at this URL, which is one which contains all sorts of information, and we then look at what's the path component is basically the bit there. So from the trailing slash from a domain to wherever the query parameter starts. If home URL returns us a URL without trailing slash, and this parse URL asks for PHP URL path, that means in most cases, this function will return null.
Yep.
It will only return not null, an actual value for subdirectory installs in multi-site.
Yep.
Or subdirectory installs anyway. Right. That's the only situation in which this will not return null. But as a general rule of thumb, most people will have WordPress as on their main domain or on a subdomain, but on the domain. So this will return null in nearly all situations.
Right. So now look at that. We're getting null.
We're passing null onto trim, which gives that deprecation notice. Then, because of trim, it should then become an empty string, and then we're using that empty string in a break quote and creating a regular expression, and then using that regular expression in multiple places.
Yeah.
While in most cases that regex will never have any effect because null.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, first of
So what-
all, good find.
Yeah.
Mhm. You know, because that didn't just jump out at me when you first pulled it up. It's like, okay, yeah, parse URL, home URL, and the home URL part did not click in my brain. That wait a minute, a huge chunk of people are not going to it's going to come back null. Didn't even connect. So, yeah, thanks for explaining all that.
Doesn't matter. That's why we're doing this together.
Yeah.
So we're.
How about you,
Um,
Sergey? Did you see that too? Did it jump out at you when you looked at it?
Yeah, we fixed a similar issue in one of the tests a couple of days ago, where parse URL also returned null when the component does not exist, and that's how I remember
Yeah.
that it returns null.
Yeah, it was funny because that's what I was thinking of. That one commit you did a couple of days ago jumped in my brain as soon as you pulled that up. It's like, wait a minute, let's go back to that one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
well, because this is such an insidious pattern, and I'm taking a little side road here, but this is quite an insidious pattern with home URL and using a component for parse URL, where that parse URL is very likely to return null in quite a lot of cases.
Yeah.
And even in different combinations, this pattern with the component is often not validated before it's passed on to the next function.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a search of the whole WordPress code base for it.
Yeah. And
I've got at least 4 or 5 more fixes lined up. Even when there are no tests covering it, where I can see based on the code which uses the same pattern, we need to fix them. And I've got a number of them in the PRs which are lined up for today. But once we've discussed this PR, I think the others will be simple.
okay.
Because then we already know what we're doing.
Is there commonality between them that something can be abstracted out and reused, or is it just going to be on a base by base,
The thing is, there's even
case by case? I meant.
there is a WordPress parse URL function. The parse URL function in PHP had some issues with PHP 5.2 and 5.4. And to get around that and make sure that cross PHP the same results were given, WordPress had its own WordPress parse URL function. And I was actually involved in adding the component parameter to that not even that long ago. When did we do that? We did that in 4.7. So that's 3 years ago or something. But because it basically emulates the PHP function, but works around some of PHP bugs, we've also made it behave the same as the PHP function.
Yeah.
So this function has the same return value, an array, if the component parameter is not present. But if the component parameter is present, it will give the value or null.
Yeah.
But it's well documented.
Yeah.
We just didn't handle it correctly.
Yeah.
So now let's look at the test which I wrote to validate that we've already seen that the test triggers it, but to see what I'm doing in the test, to see if that makes sense to you to test what we need to test.
Okay. I like the note that you put in there too, by the way, in that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear this doesn't actually, it literally just tests for the deprecation notice. I mean, this doesn't test the logic of the function.
No, it's not.
And it's not intended to test the logic of the function. It's intended to test that just those 2 lines, basically.
Yes.
To get to those 2 lines, if we look at the function, there is an if not empty rewrite. So we need to make sure there are rewrite rules in place.
Exactly.
And we're in the test situation, by default, permalinks are turned off. So we need to make sure that permalink structure is set.
Yep.
That's why I'm doing that at the very start. That means that with that being set, we can actually enter the rewrite condition. Then, yes, I
and you got a
showed
filter
you here that people can change this in their own test sample config.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to have the test depending on whatever someone has set there,
Mm-hmm.
whether it passes or fails. If someone adds a subdirectory to it, suddenly the test would behave differently.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to make sure it still tests what it needs to test. So that's why I added the filter to make sure that we actually create the situation which we need.
Yes, and that makes sense to me. You're setting up that test for the specific case that we're trying to test for. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, now, and then you run the parse request.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we look here, this function doesn't return anything.
Right.
So I run I run the actual function call, but I also want to make sure that it did actually reach the end of the function in a semi-normal way, and with this setup it should return nothing because there are no query arguments. So that's just a perfunctory test that it actually finished correctly.
Okay, great.
Dennis is saying he's going to go. Dennis, it was lovely having you here. And I hope you enjoyed it and have a great weekend.
Yep. See you later, Dennis. Thanks for joining us. Come join us next time, too.
Okay. Yeah, so
okay.
We agree that this test does what it needs to do?
I'm just checking to see where is the request parameter set. Is that towards the bottom of that particular method? And by the way, I haven't looked at the method. I assume yes, because you did that.
Yep.
Where are you?
No. That's what I'm testing, isn't it? No, I'm doing WP request. Crikey. I chose that for a reason.
I know you did. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
There it is right there. You're making sure that it actually flew through that branch, went through that code, and then right there on line 205, it sets the request.
Yeah. This is basically, this is the part where I'm going to be making changes.
Yep.
And this is where it's set just after that. Mm-hmm. And that's all I want to know. It gone through that part of the function.
Yep.
With it giving the expected value at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's past the bit where I'm making changes.
Can I ask a question? What is the value of that property before we actually run the parse request? I just want to make sure it's not an empty string when we first start.
It shouldn't be unchanged.
Just making sure.
Good question, but where the hell is it? One of those non-declare ones.
Yeah.
Sometimes I hate WordPress. Well, not even sometimes. Sorry. No, it is. Okay, it's not request, but it's requests. Okay. Hey, okay.
For those watching while she looks, what I'm asking here is what if request is right?
No.
Yeah. What if request was an empty string before we started, before we took action? Then we might not be testing what we think. So yes, it's null. Okay.
Well, in this case, we're just making sure that it reaches that point in the function without the error being thrown. I mean, the error not being thrown is the main part.
That's the main part that we're doing here.
Realistically, I mean, as this is unset, it's supposed to be a string. It's disputable whether this should be nullable string because it could be null.
Yep.
It could not have been set yet.
That's right. So,
yay.
Okay.
But that's another matter, and that's again outside of
scope.
Today we're just looking at this. How do we fix this? Mm-hmm. Shall I show you what I've done, or do you want to have a think about it yourself?
No, I think go ahead and show what you've done. I've actually kind of been looking at it here. But I think it's a good thing to go through a discussion on, or at least set up the thinking of it for review. Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I've pulled those two nested function calls apart. I mean, home URL, we know we're going to get a string back. Do I actually know that? Home URL, yeah, it will return a string. The only way it would not return a string is if that gets filtered to something non-string. And seriously, don't fucking do it. Yeah, so we get a string, so we can pass that safely to parse URL.
Yep.
But we can't pass the output of parse URL safely to trim. So I'm
because
pulling
it could be null.
Yeah, I'm setting home path first to the original output of parse URL without the trim.
Okay.
And I'm setting home path regex to an empty string.
Mm-hmm.
If home path is a string and it's not an empty string,
then
we do the trim, and then we do the regex creation, because it doesn't make sense to create the regex with an empty string.
Correct. So we're just regarding ourselves and only doing the work we need to do if we're in the right state to do the work.
Yeah. I checked, those two variables are only used, well, the home path variable is only used to create the home path regex, and the home path regex is only used here.
Okay.
So those two variables, the fact that I'm changing, basically, I mean, home path after the trim would be an empty string, but now it could be null, is not actually going to have an effect on the rest of the function, because home path is only used to create the regex and for nothing else. And that's the bit where I'm changing it, where I'm checking for a string and a non-empty string anyway.
Okay, and then doing that work. Okay.
Yeah. So the fact that this now may be null is of no consequence for the rest of the function.
Okay.
And we can confirm that by doing a search here for a home path, just to make sure. And if we look, okay, nowhere above it, here we can see it defined and regex. Here we can see it used. And do you see anywhere else light up on my screen?
Nope.
No, we don't see anything light up, and we've reached the end of the function. So what I just said is hereby verified and confirmed. Home path is not used anywhere else. So it's safe to change this to something which may be a string or may be null. Because the one time where we do actually use it, we're now doing it a value check.
Correct. It's actually helping us right there too, to only do the work we need to do when we have a string that's not empty. Otherwise, skip over it. It's just wasted. Don't need it, let alone you have the deprecation error that came with it.
Yeah. And that's basically what I'm doing later on. I looked up where is home path regex used, because I'm now making that default to an empty string. Because it doesn't make sense to create a regex from an empty string, which will just be an empty string and will never match anyway.
Well, it's just wasted cycles, wasted memory. Why do that, right?
So here it does a string replace, it does a trim, it does a prec replace, it does a trim. And basically the rest follows the same pattern: trim, prec replace, trim, prec replace, trim.
Yeah.
To be honest, that bit of code could probably be improved. But again, outside scope. I've let it do the work pre the regexes.
Okay.
And I've moved the bits which are post regex to lower down. And basically just say, if the regex is not empty, then do the rest of the work. But, we can skip over that if the regex is empty.
Yeah, let me just look at the order of, because we plucked some things out and moved it down below now. So we did a trim on path info. Yep, and then we did the trim down there on path info. Self. Okay. And then move that
It's
down to there.
replacing.
Yep.
It was replacing nothing with nothing.
Yep. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Okay. The one here that I'm wondering about, see, and I'm pointing at your screen, and of course you can't see me doing that, but if we look at the path info, the path info goes through a trim, and then it goes through a preg replace, right? And that got moved down below, and then it does another trim after that preg replace.
Yeah, but that's just a div. Basically, I moved these two lines down and left the top line, except the div doesn't recognize that correctly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's that first trim is still there, except it recognizes it as these are the same lines.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't recognize.
I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense to me. Okay.
So here it still has the preg replace and the trim.
And then
after.
it has the trim. Okay.
So it basically the first trim is still in place.
Mm-hmm.
And the preg replace and the second trim have been moved down. And that is the same for all three of them.
Okay, got it. All right.
This was also confusing to me.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Even Sergey went, wait a minute.
I totally understand where your confusion comes from, but this is to do with how Git diff works. And not with
well, as soon as you explained it, it was like, well, of course, duh. But it just didn't click in our brains when we're looking at it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's where sometimes putting the code side by side even helps you to be able to see before and after.
How does this as a fix feel for you? Did I miss something? Am I overlooking something? Any feedback on, is this good to go?
Well, the top makes sense to me. I just want to fall through and take a look at what that null does just through my brain and walk through it. The regex makes sense to me. There's no reason to do the work if there's nothing there.
Yeah, but that home path is only used in the regex.
Right.
So that null is only would only have been used in the regex. Because we're not passing it, and to the trim, obviously, but we're not passing it there anymore.
Yeah, so the previous, let's go back to the previous behavior. This makes sense to me, but let's just do a double check in our brains that the previous behavior has not changed, other than there wasn't a notification because the notice comes in 8.1. It literally just would have had null. It would have done work on null for that regex, right? And, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any change of behavior here.
Yeah, it should be good to go.
Just walk through it one more time. Replace. And actually, it's a bit more optimized too. Yeah. It could use some more love, but that would be outside of the scope of this. Yeah, I think it's good to go.
That needs a lot more tests then.
Yeah.
So the only thing I think what is needed before it can go is that I need to check if the commit message is clean already.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this described correctly?
Yeah, let me go back and just look at that real quick. Now that I've had a better gander. So passing, test that. Yes, I think it is.
Okay, it's got the cover step. Yeah. Okay. So parse requests.
It's got that. It's got the ticket.
Cover. Yeah, but it's missing the S for covers.
Where? Oh, yes.
Luckily, I saw it myself this time. So I'm gonna add that.
Hey, Paul, if you're coming back and watching this, I bet you're clapping right now, huh? I'll just make a note of it here just so that we don't forget.
Yeah, let me check if this has a clean commit message already. So these are the commit messages. They actually do look proper. Sergey, do you want to have a look through these while I edit that covers tag? And I'll just move my editor to my other screen. So you can actually see the commit message.
Yeah, this looks quite similar to the commit message for a previous fix for doing close tests. So this looks good to me.
So, okay. Sergey, when you go through these, you're just taking what's here and putting it in. Are you also looking at the related tickets as well? I saw some of your commits that actually are putting in the change sets that were related to.
Yeah, it's not in the handbook. It's just what I like to do for clarity and to make my own life easier in the future by linking to those previous changes and give some context.
And I generally try to be quite wordy in my commits to really explain what's going on, because the things I fix are often, quite obscure.
Oh, yeah, which I like the wordiness you're putting in, because all that context is really important.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that wordiness is helpful for you, Sergey, to then craft a commit message for core, as in that you can copy paste most of it and just add your own flavor.
It kind of seems like that's what you've been doing. That's kind of where I was at while you were working on this. I was kind of wondering about the core commit process. That's why I was asking about the putting the relate in for those past change sets. I actually find those very handy, because then I can go back through and look for the context. How did we get here? And then we can go backwards right from that commit message. Is that what you do with it too, Sergey?
Yeah, I like when I have all the context. So I like doing this research when I work on the commit message. Mm-hmm. How did we get to this point? What was the original intention of this code? Yeah, I like doing this research.
Yeah, I like that too, that pattern, because otherwise when we come back and try to figure out, well, how about this, how about that, if that's not there, you're doing it anyway. You're going back and looking at all of those. What were the change sets? When did this happen? Yeah. So you're kind of helping us for our future selves when we come back to iterate on something later.
Yep.
Good.
In the meantime, now adding the commit messages to the PR description. Okay. And as I've written such expansive commit messages, I can just copy paste them instead of having to write the description here. So those are now all clean. I've now added the track tickets. I'm going to update that comment. I've fixed up the covers, so I'm going to resolve that conversation. I'm going to mark it ready for review, because we looked at it and basically agreed it's ready for commit. So now all I need to do is remove the work in progress. Yep. Done.
Okay. Did you get the covers on there too?
Yep. Yeah, I've already done that. While you were talking, I fixed it up and force pushed it. Here you go.
I figured I had a core committer here. I could start to pick his brain as I start to learn about the committing process.
Yeah, rightfully so. Yeah. Rightfully so.
Just in case someday I get that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and prove this.
And as I say, the impact is 611 tests, so that nearly halves the test failures on PHP 8.1 in one go, if we commit this. The first one we looked at, the parse string, That one was 311. So we're looking at the big ones definitely now. Now we've looked at this, let's look at a couple more of the same, because this download URL and the various files fixes are all of the same nature. We'll look at various files first. Mm-hmm. Reason for that is these are 3 files to which no tests can be added, or 4 files. So it's the same principle, but plugin editor. It's
in the admin. Yeah.
Editing, showing the admin page for the plugin editor. Mm-hmm. It's your code output. It's your HTML. There's no test. There's no function we can call to create and write tests for. Yeah. But if we look at the codes, and I'm going to make it one tiny bit clean, smaller, so we can actually have the code all on the screen. Originally, again, we could see parse URL with referrer and asking for a path, but a referrer again may not have a trailing slash.
Yep.
It's then passing it to the base name function in PHP. Mm-hmm. Base name.
And then doing an array check. All
and
these
the base
things.
name function, as you can see here, is a string. It's not nullable. Mm-hmm. So this base name function call is potentially one of those deprecation notices.
Yep.
The chance of referrer being a non-string is basically 0, mm-hmm. But it could be an empty string. It could well be an empty string. It could well be something which doesn't have a path.
Yep.
So parse URL returning null is a very likely result. And base name should therefore not be passed to base name this way. And if we look at the if else, basically return URL, admin URL is a default value, and only if there is a referrer and the referrer is within, we change that to refer, except it's now doing it with an if else. So I've changed that logic around by basically setting a default value first. Mm-hmm. Then if there is a referrer, we first grab the referrer path. Mm-hmm. Then we check if that's not null. Mm-hmm. And then do the in array check with base name after that. Mm-hmm. And if all that works as expected, we change the return URL. Does this make sense, and have I not screwed up the logic somewhere?
Well, the one thing that does jump out at me is refer is a string, right? Should be a string.
Yes, let me show you that. View file.
Do we want to check here on the if conditional instead of?
There's actually 2 things which okay. First, I'm introducing a new variable, referrer path, but we're at the end of the file with only the admin footer under it. Mm-hmm. So introducing this new variable, it's not as if further down the file that variable is already being used somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. Refer is retrieved via getRefer. So let's look up that function.
Okay.
What does getRefer do? Mm-hmm. It uses consolidated indirect, and it uses request URI. Request URI is always a string. It uses unslash, which will, even if it's not a string, create a string. Mm-hmm. It uses home URL. It uses unslash. So the thing is, yes, it uses request URI, but again, someone might have put a link to the plugin editor or the theme editor on their homepage. Seriously, please don't do that. That's really stupid if you do that, because it leaves you open to all sorts of hacks, but they may. Right. And again, that may not give a path.
Right. So what's coming back then from that function is either a string or false.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we will come down and we'll do a check do we want to run false through that parse URL? No, we don't. We want the string to go through, and only when the string is not empty, right?
Well, we're not even checking for a string. We're just doing is refer falsy.
Right.
If refer is falsy, this condition will just not be met.
Okay.
So that's how that's called.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I'm just wondering, do we want to do falsy on that or do we want to do that it's not empty? No. Because not empty isn't necessarily,
No, but
it could be string, it could be this. I'm just kind of going back to some of our...
It actually says that the string 0 is empty.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, okay, hopefully that will never be the referrer, but
could be.
If it were, that should not prevent that from going into this condition.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So going back there,
isn't a string 0? Doesn't that still come up as falsy?
That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And same thing in empty. It's the same.
Yeah. No, actually, yeah. With empty also. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they're both the same. So here it's an implied. We're checking empty. Also checks the falsy.
It doesn't change the existing behavior because that's the existing behavior.
Yep. Okay. Just talking through it.
Yep.
Okay, so set the default. Makes sense to me. And then the first thing you're going to check is, do you have something here to work on? Nope. Okay, skip over it. Don't do anything there. All right, good. And then we're going to run that through our parse URL because now we should have a string there. Right, we're expecting a string at that point. That could return a false or a null, or it could return a string. Okay. So we check the ascent.
Maybe a check for now would be clear than an is set check because it seems like the variable is set. So maybe we could just check for now if explicitly in this part.
To be more expressive as to what we're actually checking for, that we're not null.
Because it might be confusing why we're checking if it's set, if it's already set. But I understand.
Yeah, if people don't you're right. If people don't understand is parse URL, that will be confusing. Then again, with a bit of luck, they'll do a blame and see the commit message and see you need to learn how parse URL works.
But they probably won't. Let's make it more clear so it's more readable.
Yeah.
And it's not in the array.
I'll open, but I need to make sure I'm in the correct branch. So sorry for messing up the screen briefly, but let me see what is the PR. Miscellaneous null handling. Okay. It's already on master. Well, it's against my local master. Is it against the current master? Yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna just change that now. And I'll leave up on the screen what's there now, so you can continue reviewing.
Okay. Yeah. So if we're not null and we're not in that array, then set that. Okay. Let's go and check that.
It would be good to have someone manually test this on PHP 8.1, but I can imagine that may not be as easy for everyone to do. So to confirm, and I mean, how do you set it up that you will actually get an empty path as for the referrer here? I mean, this is going to be a hell of a test situation to create if you want to do manual testing.
Yeah, it will be.
And as this code is not in a function declaration, automated testing
it's not
maybe in a form of end-to-end testing, like when we start using Behat or something. but it's not something we're currently set up for.
No, it's not. So here, I think what we need to do is come up with a set of instructions. What does it take to manually test this? And then that can let some folks who can go through that setup, go through and validate it, because it will need some testing here just to validate.
Well, yes, I would welcome the testing, but to be quite fair, I think we can safely assume, based on what we've seen before and what we've looked at with parse URL and what the possible outputs are, this is potentially a bug, probably one which is extremely rare, because refer is rare to not have a path, because normally people will click on the plugin editor from an admin screen, so there will always be a path. Mm-hmm. But it'll be exceedingly rare for there not to be a refer. But in case there isn't one, yes, we have a bug here.
I'm going to do PR. I'm just going to take a note for myself to see if I can formulate a way to test this. It shouldn't be a holdup for getting it committed. It's more just as a sanity check.
Yeah. Basically, if we then continue, this exact same situation is also in Team Editor, and I've done the exact same fix. And I've updated it with the is not null.
Exactly.
In the exact same way.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So
locally,
switching
and
that.
I'll commit that in a minute.
Okay. Well, this makes sense to me. Like I said, I took an action item to see if I could come up with a way to formulate just a validation test with a test report, so I can put that in there. But otherwise, I think it looks good. I don't see any change in behavior here.
Yeah, like when the same exact fit can be made in multiple places, because, for example, if we're dealing with teams on plugins, the code is similar in some places, but different in others. So it's nice to see some consistency once in a while.
In this case, it was the exact same code and the exact same bug, so I fixed it in the exact same way.
That's awesome. Yeah, that is something that we've been trying to do, right, Sergey, to try to find a pattern and stick with those same patterns across the board. Yeah.
Well, and then we have a third file, and the third and a fourth.
Okay.
This third file, let me just pull it up as a file. Yes, in this case, there is a function, but it's a function which defines constants. And defining constants in your test can really screw up other tests.
Yes.
So I don't really want to create a test for this.
No.
There's a reason why I don't want to create a test for it. But if you look here, get option site URL, similar to home URL, again with the path. So chances of site URL being null are there. And if we look at the original code, it passed the output of parse URL straight into trim, which expects a string and would give an error.
Right. So then that is set, follow that same pattern that we're doing where we're checking for not null.
Yeah, so I'll change that one to the not null as well then. Yes.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. No, it's not. I'm so bad with Yoda conditions. I totally hate them, but hey, I'm trying not to do it wrong.
The Yodas messed me up so bad when I came into the WordPress community.
I'm dyslexic. It messes me up no matter what. And the whole... Okay, can I just rant for a moment?
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay, this whole thing about Yoda conditions is total and utter bullshit. Because the way the rule is defined in WordPress is if you're doing a comparison. So the Yoda condition sniff in WordPress CS checks for a comparison operator. What is Yoda supposed to protect you against? Accidental assignment in condition.
Yep.
So to make Yoda conditions have value, you need to check for assignments.
Right.
But the Yoda condition sniff does not check for assignments. It checks for comparison operations because that's what the WordPress coding standard says.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, we're not actually protecting ourselves at all, because if there's an assignment in condition, we're still not flagging it.
Right.
I actually wrote a sniff for PHPCS, which is, forbid assignment in conditions. We should remove the Yoda condition sniff, fix up the whole bloody code base to use normal readable code, and there's auto fixers for that, and then add the forbid assignment in condition sniff, because that's what we really want to do.
That's what we're guarding against, is that.
Yeah,
right.
But the Yoda conditions is only to guard against assignments in conditions, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's making readability more difficult, and it's not actually guarding against assignment in condition. So it's totally and utterly useless. And rant.
Close rant.
Yeah.
So I'll render an opinion on that. I agree with you. However, that would be another mountain to go and die on. That is something that is an interesting, and actually I've had talks with folks about that it doesn't make sense from a readability standpoint, and the ability for folks to be able to contribute to multiple projects besides just WordPress. It makes that barrier very difficult. It also makes the barrier very difficult for PHP folks and others coming in who are not accustomed. They now have to switch their thinking, which is another cognitive effort that has to be done.
And as I say, also from an accessibility point of view, I'm dyslexic. I struggle with Yoda conditions.
Oh, I bet.
I really have to read a line 2, 3, 4 times before I get it, if there's Yoda conditions in it.
Right. So from that, those are a lot of very compelling reasons that a proposal could be written up around all of that, but that again will be something that will have a political and drama fallout from that we can get through, but it is something that would be an interesting conversation to have to improve for lots of contributors.
At the very least, and I am just going to do that. You've heard it here first. I think I might actually have already done it.
Okay.
I'm going to add the forbid assignment in condition sniff to WordPress CS, because that's what we're really guarding against, and we're not guarding ourselves against it at this moment.
We're not, correct.
Which is why that sniff should be added.
Right.
The fact that I know Yoda conditions is a hill to die on, and which is why there's other discussions which are more urgent.
Much more urgent. However,
but I do
have
an opinion.
I know, but I think that opinion of being dyslexic, that opinion of folks coming from other projects and wanting to contribute, so their developer experience, their contributor experience is hampered by that. That has value that can be discussed as we start to work on continuously improving and building a delightful contributor experience. Then that kind of helps to bring that mountain to die on down a little bit and bring it more into context.
My planning in that regard, I mean, I am one of the maintainers of WordPress coding standards after all. First, we need to get 3.0 out of the door, and that's a struggle, and largely been a struggle because of all the PHP changes in PHP 8, which meant that it got delayed because we'd had to then take it into account. And we're still not through that. But yeah, so we need to get 3.0 out of the door. That will already introduce anything which basically didn't gather ridiculous amount of discussion in last year's post about adding rules for modern WordPress. So plugins and themes which already use namespaces, which use statements, which use return types, we're adding rules for that, so that by the time WordPress starts using it, those rules are already in place. WordPress, it won't trigger any errors as long as WordPress doesn't use it. But for plugins and themes, it's helpful that they are already using the style which WordPress will use at some point in the future, hopefully as well.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
So anything which didn't gather much discussion or any discussion at all in that post will be added in WordPress 3.0 as much as possible.
Okay.
Once that's out of the door, I have a list of things which I know will gather a huge amount of discussion. And I would like to maybe do a make post once every month, once every 2-3 weeks, with just one topic. Yoda conditions, discuss.
Yeah, right.
Short arrays, discuss. And I know there's so many people begging for short arrays. I mean, again, there's pro and contrast to that. A lot of people say long form arrays are easier to read for people because the square brackets are also used for other things in PHP.
True.
And it makes it easier to grab for things, to search for arrays.
True.
So that's the one side. The other side is obviously it saves you typing 5 characters.
Yep.
And people are used to short arrays from JavaScript. So there's both sides have pros and cons, and I know there's very strong opinions on it. I really can't touch either way. But
let's just discuss and make a decision.
I do think it's one of those things which deserves its own discussion.
Sure.
And the post I did last year contained a huge amount of changes where there were 2 or 3 which would gather some discussion, and they did. But everything else didn't really gather much discussion because it's industry standard, but it's also industry standard.
Yeah.
What I didn't make explicit in that post, but for anyone who follows the industry, they could have noticed most of what I'm suggesting there is basically PSR 12 with 1 or 2 changes where we use the WordPress white spacing. But that's it. And that makes it, again, it lowers the barrier of entry to WordPress contributing for outside contributors because PSR 12 is something they are used to. And we're for the new rules being added, we're staying closer to the industry standard.
By putting breaking these up so the discussions can be happen in smaller bits so that we're not having to die on hills that block all the other things that are good contribute. Yeah. That's one thing. Then that's smart to break it down. When we focus on that contributor experience and we make that become the central part of the discussion, that kind of can diffuse some of the strongly held opinions that can be blockers, that create drama, because now we can start to focus on some of these other things too.
Yeah, but things like short array and long array, again, there's both. There
isn't one, yeah.
On both sides, there's arguments which are pro for the contributor experience. One, people come from JavaScript being used to short arrays. 2, people with readability issues wanting long arrays for readability.
Yep. So it's good to surface it and then have a discussion around that. Yeah.
I don't think that one's going to be resolved anytime soon.
I don't think so either. I think the Yoda could be if we focused it on accessibility, if we focused it on bringing in outside folks, if we focused it on that contributor and that developer experience. If we focus it on opinion and I prefer this, it's never going to go anywhere.
When I write that blog post, and God knows when that's going to be, I'll ask you to review it beforehand.
Okay, Sergey, I'm going to put you on the spot. You don't have to answer it, by the way, but what do you think about what we just discussed?
Yeah, I personally like Yoda conditions and find them readable enough, but I'm happy to go with whatever makes the most sense for everyone and makes the better developer experience. I don't have a strong opinion on short array syntax. Yeah, happy to go with either.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on that one either. I definitely can see that searching for array and that opening parentheses or that, searching for that would make it much easier. Also, it's very clear then that is an array because if you're just used to seeing it from a PHP point of view, if you're an old PHP person, been around, that makes sense in your brain. Putting the bracket in is much shorter, and it looks more JavaScripty. That right there can create drama just with that. So yeah, I don't have a strong opinion either on that one.
But let's move back to where we were working on. I mean, this was a little sidetrack, which I think
Rant
is
over.
informative for people, but that's for later. There's one more, and that's on the login page.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is an even nastier one. Oh gosh. Yeah. So why did I join this one in this particular PR? That one doesn't belong in this PR. Sorry, I'm going to remove the login page from this PR. Okay. And let me just commit those null changes. Null. Did you see that? Is set change to null comparison? Is set change to null comparison? And what I'm gonna do is, where is the commit? Oh, it's actually a separate commit, so I'm just gonna remove that commit. So.
Okay.
Ew. Okay. These two were one commit. Okay. Editor. And that one was one commit. That's constant. Mm-hmm. So now I'm gonna rebase again on master. It keeps switching screens. I'm going to remove the login commit completely. I've got it elsewhere anyway, so it's not as if it's lost. I'm going to remove it from this PR. And I'm going to fix up both of the commits we looked at.
Okay, good.
And then I'm going to force push it back to GitHub. Then if we refresh, we can now see the plain comparison against null here, the plain comparison against null in the theme editor, the plain comparison to null in MS default constants, and those are the same changes as we've seen before.
Let me refresh. Hold on one sec. I was looking at the other one because I was curious. Not null, yes. Not null, yes. And not null. All looks good to me. Clean up those commit messages and.
Yeah, well, the commit messages are clean, except they don't want to copy at the moment. Okay, copy. So commit summary. Some commit messages I'd already done properly, some I didn't. Now the track ticket, that's this one. So now I'm adding that. I'm updating the comment. I'm removing work in progress. Removing work in progress.
There we go. And now we can review.
So this one we looked at and should be ready to go. And yes, manual testing appreciated, but not a blocker for getting it committed.
Right. I'll make that note here. I'm writing up the approval on it. So
then one more of the same. Download URL. I actually already I didn't put a track ticket in, but everything else is already there. Let's have a look at the commits individually. I added a test. We've still got one person watching, but let's go through this quickly. Download URL. Let's look if I check out my local branch again, my base branch. Are there tests for it? Okay, in includes file, it looks like there are tests. So let's have that file. And that should be open here. Yes, includes file. So let's look if we can find download URL here. Okay, so there are actual dedicated tests for download URL.
Okay.
It's not a huge amount, but there are tests.
All right, good. Well, something exists. That's good.
Yeah. So if I say let's run tests includes files, so let's let's run that against PHP 8 in a moment. But before we do that, let's check out the extra tests I've added.
Alrighty.
And I can see I've done that in 2 batches. As we've basically looked at the principle for this a couple of times already, I'm just going to reorder the commit.
Okay.
And the way I had it was tests, patch, test, patch. And now I'm just going to add the tests both first and then the patches. So I'm going to check out the 2 commits with the tests and then run them.
Okay, good.
So this is on PHP 8. There's
While you're looking at that, Isaac, thanks for coming. Hope that you come again. If you have any questions or follow-up, just ping us, okay? Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend. Okay, so we're currently, we've got some tests with download URL included now. That's including my new tests. And they all pass on 8.0. Now let's change to 8.1 again. And if I change to 8.1, we've got 2 failing tests.
Okay.
And I've added 2 tests, so yeah, this is exactly what we want to see, because we are getting a base name passing null to of a non-nullable in 2 cases. So let's have a look at the tests which I added. The first one actually is some basic information. Actually, by the looks of it, I've added all the tests. Okay, clearly the tests which weren't there weren't good enough. So first test is goal scanning to make sure that the code up to the point where the test is expected is tested. Where the error is expected is tested. The second test is specifically for this issue.
Okay, right.
So then, okay, sorry, I am confusing things now, because that makes me think that the tests which were there weren't actually testing download URL. Test download URL non 200 response code. Okay. And it does run that, but that was only the one test. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if we look at download URL as a function on WordPress, it downloads a URL to a local temporary file using the WordPress HTTP API. Expects a string for the URL.
Yep.
And then, oh god, that was it. Yeah, this is one of those 400-line functions which should have been a class. But the errors are actually near the top. So here is the first error.
Yep.
And what that very first test I added is basically checking that this function logic is working correctly, so that up to the point where the error happens, the code is tested.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm adding a test where basically all the falsies, all the things where a new WP error should be thrown,
right,
are tested. So that's what this is doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asserting that it's a WP error and that it has the same code and message as expected.
Yep, that looks good.
So that's just goal scouting, nothing else.
Right.
And
Next.
then here is the test for the actual code which we're looking at. You can already see the pattern again, a URL. You give it a download URL, but hey, someone may have just put something on their homepage,
right,
and provide the URL without a slash.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, again, path is not set. It's unlikely. You would normally expect with a download that there is a file name to be downloaded,
but still,
it can happen. It is still valid situation. It's just an unlikely one.
Exactly.
So again, there is parse URL, which may return null, which gets passed to base name,
mm-hmm.
which expects a string, which, doesn't work.
Correct. Okay, so that was testing for that. That makes sense.
That's the first one. So let's look at the fix for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm basically pulling it apart again. It was declaring a URL file name parameter. I'm still letting that declare it. I'm making it an empty string by default.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just testing that parse URL. The path should be a string. So is it a string? Okay, in that case, pass it to base name.
Didn't we, in another PR, though, use also checking that the string is not empty? I'm just wondering about the pattern we used.
The thing is, an empty string can still be passed to base name and won't give an error.
Yeah.
So,
do we need to do that, though? Do we need to run through base?
We don't.
If it's empty, it's empty. There's no reason to do the base name on it. And then the patterns look the same, too, from the work that we're doing here.
Yeah, and the thing is, this same parse URL call was done multiple times in this function, in multiple places, including the base name one as well.
Okay.
So the other ones, as I've now declared this URL path here anyway, I've just removed this call because it didn't make sense to do that call again, because the URL doesn't change in between. And here for base name being done again with the parse URL, I'm just passing it URL file name.
You see the confusion on my face going, why?
Yeah,
why did we do that?
What were they smoking when they wrote this? Seriously, I mean, it happens. I mean, this is, as I say, this is a 400-line function. This should have been a class. I totally get why this happens, because someone fixes the immediate problem in front of them, doesn't look at the total function scope. I looked at the total function scope to make sure that when I created this variable, I wasn't crisscrossing or causing problems for a variable later on which may not be expected to be defined. I was making sure that that variable wasn't used later on.
Mm-hmm.
But when I then ran that check, I came across the same declaration being used again. If you just focus, you can see there's 100 lines between this. So I'm not surprised. If this was written in one go, then yes, what were they smoking? If it was not written in one go, which I fully expect,
probably, right, yeah.
Then, if you focus on just solving a small problem,
you
may
look
not
above.
100 lines above it. The same thing was declared already, and you're just duplicating function calls.
Right.
In this case,
what? string here, not now, because we also want to account for files from offered URLs, I think.
Come again?
Why are we using an string check here and not checking for now, like in previous cases?
Because base name expects a string, and it's absolutely useless to do anything else, pass anything else to it. And I mean, parse URL will with path will either return a false or a string.
Yeah.
Sorry, return null or a string. I'm happy to change it to not null, but effectively it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, and then you're actually checking for the value that you're setting up here. That base name expects string. It's it's a little bit more of a positive check, and it also I kind of find it to be more readable. That wait a minute, I don't really care that it's null. What I care about is that it's a string. And then run that. Yeah, that's a great question, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you look here, I'm removing this URL path call, but the URL path is subsequently being used here in substring, which again expects a string, not null.
Right.
So here's what my second fix.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I've made that fix actually. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'm kind of backing up too.
I'm noticing this now. So, but yeah. So here at least we've changed it again as well. So let's look at the second test.
I also had a question. Maybe we could, in some of the previous fixes, maybe we could also could use an string check instead of now, if that makes more sense.
Yeah, we could, depending on what
yeah, you're right, for consistency and for the exact reason we just talked about, right? That is it.
Okay. If we're gonna do that, let's.
I got to remember where that was at.
Well, in this one we can fix it quite quickly. In the editor bits where we did it. Yeah, that's refer path and this one as well. So let's just change that. Oh crikey, what? Yeah, it was end of file. Ew. Down. Stay down. I'm not a dominatrix. Okay, so I'm changing this to a string now. Sergey, you agree?
Yeah, I think just to make sure we use a consistent pattern for the same fixes.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make a difference, but it's helps us with consistency.
I kind of have a feeling it originally was an isString function call, but yeah, we'll just change it back from the. We'll change it to not null and now change it back to
I
isString.
think before it was just a. I think it was just a falsy check. I'm not sure, but whatever. Yeah.
No matter
but
what.
before it was an is
Is set. That's what it was. It was is set before. That's right.
You're right.
Oh, good memory.
So we're now gonna make this isString as well.
Okay.
Good.
Good. Now we have consistency there. That's good.
Yeah, except now my Git client has crashed, which is not a problem. I'll just restart it. That's the great thing about this editor. But yeah, I use that. I seem to confuse the developers of this Git client a little with how intensely I use Git, because I'm running out of Git. I'm running out of GDI objects in Windows, and I've already doubled it from 10,000 to 20,000, and we've debugged a couple of leaks, but apparently there's still a leak because I'm still running out of GDI objects on a regular basis.
Oh
And I'm
my.
pretty sure it has to do with how often I switch repository and how often I switch branch. But yeah, so this is add to editor. And this one is then add to constants. Let me just do one last verify. Yeah, it is URL path. It is URL path because port would be an integer, so we need to make sure that we are actually checking for the right type. So I'll just rebase this again. Editor and fix up. Hey, what the hell happened here? Okay.
Now, where'd you go?
Yeah. And force pushing this again.
Okay.
So the one we just looked at before has been fixed up now.
Mhm.
Then we had parse request. What did we do there? There I already do an is-string check. So that one is already fine.
That one's fine. Yep.
And that was the first one of the parse URL ones we looked at.
Mm-hmm.
So now we go back to download URL. And the first fix here, we set is string. And that's fine. So that's good. Okay, so now we're going to look at the second test. The output of the call to parse URL stored in variable is used in more places in the function logic. This test exposes a second PHP 8.1 deprecation node, this time for substring.
Okay.
Remember, if we go back here, I removed here URL path, but
Correct.
Here it's still being used in substring.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Now
think
you
this
gotta
is.
have a test for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we set that.
And then it's a complicated logic in this function. Where is that complete function? No, I need to open. I'll open that up in a moment once we look at the function. But we already saw that this test will actually fail because we already ran it on PHP 8.1.
Right.
Remember?
Yep.
So let's for now, we'll look at the test again in a minute, but let's for now look at what is this actually fixing. Yes, it is that line which I just pointed out with the substrings.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I'm doing a check for is string.
Is string. Mm-hmm.
And then end. It originally was an or condition, so we need to put extra brackets around it. Mm-hmm. And then we can use that. So it is fixing exactly what I hoped it would. Mm-hmm. If we look at the wider context of the file, we can verify that the test is correct. Function download URL.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's.
Okay, come in. Go down.
We have a non-200 response. That's not where it is.
Nope.
We need signature verification. No, another signature verification. Okay, so signature verification is actually one of the parameters.
Right.
So that needs to be true.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the second one, we do a retrieve header.
Yep.
And then if the X content signature is not there, mm-hmm. that's when that condition gets hit.
Okay. All right. So we've got to fall through to there. Okay.
Yeah. So if we then look at the test, I'm calling the method with that
the true
parameter as true. I'm adding a filter for signature hosts.
Yep.
Which is what that signature is verified against.
Yep.
And I'm adding example.com. And then I'm passing example.com to the download URL function. So these match. And because of that, I actually get to the point where the error is.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
How does it sound to you, Sergey?
He's not here.
Okay. Okay, so
Let's see. Let me just read the what we've got here too.
yeah,
Just-
let me pull up the complete file,
Okay.
the complete PR.
yeah, I've got it open here in my other window.
Yeah. Yeah, if you've got it open in your other window, then I can make that change you requested.
Yeah, go for it.
At the same time. Here, file, function, download URL, if string, and not an empty string. I'm just going to resolve it. I haven't pushed it yet.
Okay.
I have addressed it.
So for both of these test sets that were added in here, the new ones here, we're checking to make sure that PHP 8.1 non-nullable is not happening, right? In other tests that we're testing for that, we actually made that part of the method name. Here we're not. Here we've put it into the docs, right? But we've not said that. I'm wondering if we want to put that into the method name, just to be more clear and consistent. Of course, the one down there that you're pointing out right now is pretty long.
Yeah.
Download when, yep, that one's pretty long. Is this the...
Well, the thing is, I'm adding these tests for this particular issue, but it does actually test this test does actually test the method as well. It checks that the end result is a string and is not empty, and it's a unique generated key. So in that case, yeah, it actually does test the method as well.
We might want to make a note of that, because right now the way the doc block reads is that it's just verifying that error is not thrown.
It doesn't test again. This
It's
is
not a complete,
400 line function. It's nowhere near good enough as a test for this function, but
it's a starting point.
Check. It's an what shall we call it? I mean,
I know.
it's enough to change. So I've got the files open here. So verify that it's passing not a nullable is thrown.
If we're wanting to make it just specific, just for the fact that we're checking for that we're not getting that PHP 8, then we end up following our other patterns. If we're saying it's also testing, it's a starting point. No warning.
It's only for the error. We're not doing extensive logic checks.
Correct.
So no warning when past URL without pass.
There you go. And the one down below too.
And the second one, I'm going to make this line a little shorter again.
Oh yeah, good.
A bit more readable. And this is something, by the way, which most tests in the WordPress test suite do not have descriptions at all.
Oh, I
They
know.
have a function name which may give a hint at why the test was originally added, but that's about it.
That's about it.
I would very much welcome more tests having a description, because that will allow us to verify, like 5 years from now, whether the test still is testing what
we said it's supposed to do. Yeah, and that's something too we can go through when we start working on these things. And for any of the test team that's listening right now or coming back and watching later, keep that in mind. our code is the beauty of tests is it's documenting, right? So by putting this information in, we're not only helping ourselves, but anybody who comes to read this and anybody who wants to learn expected behavior, bam, it's right there.
And having good tests, method names absolutely helps. Yes, it does make code semi-self-documented up to a point. But when over time the logic in a function changes, the tests still pass, quite often the tests don't get reviewed whether the method names used in the test and whether the tests which are actually in place are still correct for the new logic in the function.
Correct.
And then you get into a situation where there's no description of what it's supposed to test. Mm-hmm. It does have a function name, but with the logic which is there at this time, that description doesn't make any sense anymore. Right. Now, why was this test put in place in the first place?
Right. Yeah.
And that's why it's still important, even for tests, to have a description what you're testing.
Mm-hmm.
In the doc block.
Agreed. All right, so back to our no warning. We could even, we'll need it on the second one too, but we could even shorten that a little bit if we wanted to pull out the past. So past is kind of inferred when URL without path, without signature, or with, that past could be one less word put in there. There you go. Yeah, and same thing with the other one. It just kind of, since we're adding more words here with the no warning.
Yeah, but the thing about these things is if you see it in test docs, this now reads like a sentence.
It does. That's true.
When path URL without path. So it makes it very descriptive if you look at the test doc output, what's being tested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the past though, when you say when, that doesn't, it's kind of inferred to me that the when is what I'm giving it or the state that it's in. This is the condition that we're testing. Yeah.
In this case, I'm just going to both basically have the same
structure.
And then this one just had the with signature verification addition. So I'm now making them consistent in that respect.
Love it.
And it's still note here that it's not testing the signature verification. It's just testing that it reaches that point.
Yeah. Other than that, I like the note that's in there. That lets us know clearly what's going on and what's expected here. I think this is good. So.
Yeah, I think I should probably make these lines slightly shorter. Otherwise, Sergey will probably do that because he finds them too long. So let's try and
let's make his job easier. Yes,
and make it easier for him. Yeah,
he does a lot of work for us, so let's make it easier on him.
Right. So here we go. That should be better for readability. Mm-hmm. So are we okay with this then?
I think so. Yeah. Let me go back up.
Yeah, I'm in my left line. So this is from fix 1. And this, this is the first test, test 1. And then we have a change for the second test as well. So add to test 2, and as I'm in my local branch, not in the PR branch, I'm now going to check out the PR branch.
Okay.
Where is download URL? Here it is. And where's master? Okay, so I'm going to rebase this on master. And now because I didn't change it yet in the local branch, I can just cherry pick these 3 commits from my local branch, which is the one I ran the tests on, and move them to the branch which is on GitHub.
Okay.
And now I'll just do the fixing up there. Okay, so fix 1, test 1, and test 2. You know what we haven't done? We haven't run the test.
We've got to run it.
With the fix to see if it's actually passes.
You know, you're correct.
So
Let's make sure.
Let's do this.
There you go. Whew, of course, we knew it would pass, but it's better to just run it and double check. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right, that one's good.
Yeah. Did I already force push it? No, I didn't. So let's check it out and force push it. So then GitHub is back up to date again. Okay. Yes, I know. Don't whine. We can remove the work in progress. I already put the description in. I didn't put the ticket in yet. So I'm going to put the ticket in there now. I didn't expand on the description as much as before. Because they're more of the same, basically. Sergey is not here at the moment.
Right.
We'll see how he feels about that. But, I mean, he can largely copy the description from the other parse URL commits because it's the same thing.
Right. Yep. Agreed.
Let's just check. I've added these fixes of the track URLs after the fact to these PRs. Let's have a quick look if they're actually now linked properly to the ticket. It's loading. Pull request in. Yes, so various files, the parse request one, the download URL one, and the schedule event one, they're all showing, which is good. And they are showing up here as well. Or not. Yeah, they are. They're just showing somewhere, injected somewhere in the conversation when I originally pulled them and not...
Oh, yeah, right.
When I added the track ticket number, which is really, really confusing. But at least they're there and they do show they are available. So that's a good thing.
Okay. I'm approving this one. There we go. Okay, so that last one is approved. And for each of these, I'm just noting that the three of us did a thorough review, made some improvements, and it looks good for commit. So,
yeah, there's two we haven't looked at now. Well, the expand test is one which we didn't look at, but can be handled outside of PHP 8, but still needs looking at. The validate file and the convert invalid entities. It's all the same principle. They're all the passing none to non-nullable. Right. So I'll have a quick look at how big these are or how small.
That one's already done.
Okay, this one is huge because there were no tests probably.
I'm on a different one. I'm just kind of flipping through here.
Yeah. This one is small because there were already tests in place.
Yeah.
Yay!
Woohoo!
Shall I just check out that branch locally and let's have a look at it?
Yep, let's do that one. Just get that one done.
That one should be quick to do. Where is my local for it? Validate file.
That's this one.
Okay, so I actually will just go to the base branch. It says there's already files, so I need to find out. Okay, it's in test functions. So switch to PHP 8.0. Yes, I know you're complaining. Um,
Stop complaining.
it's just because I switched branch, it reloads
I
files,
know.
and I can't turn off the notification.
It's all right.
Okay, so 8.0, it's passing.
That notification actually lets me know now what you're doing, just from hearing the bings. So
I've switched branch.
she switches branch, guys.
Yeah. Okay, so whoa, that file's. Oh gosh, no! It's now run a lot of files. That wasn't meant to happen. Okay, so let's have a look. It's one particular test which apparently tests it.
Well,
Let's
look who's back.
filter that some more.
Hey, Sergey. Whoops, I put up the wrong screen. Hold on. We wanted to see your face.
Yeah. Sorry, I had some connection issues.
It's okay.
But hopefully I'm back now.
Not a problem.
What we did while you were gone was fix up the test names for that download, verify that the fixes actually fix things, and push that up. And we're now looking at validate file. What I mentioned in the PRs, there are already tests in place. So we're now going to look at running those on PHP 8 to see that there are tests. Yes, there are 20 tests. Would be nice for them to be named, but that's another matter. Now, if I run them on 8.1, do we have a failure? Yes, dataset 0 fails with prec match passing null to parameter to subject.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, as there's already a test in place, I've just pulled a fix.
Okay.
And I've marked it work in progress as I'm basically being quite strict.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is not completely strange if you look at a larger function. Let's pull that up. Actually, and then we can just look at it here. Basically, it does a validate file. Validates a file name and path against an allowed set of rules. And it checks for directory transfer. It checks for window drive path, not in the allowed file list. And for everything else, it returns null.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that's
If you sent us an empty string, there's no reason to work. Return 0. Scalar there.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for if it's would this need to receive anything other than a string?
Hey, the file name might be 123.
I was wondering.
I mean, it shouldn't be. It should be unlikely. But if we change that to a string, and someone would have passed a file name called 123 as an integer, we would be breaking the code.
Yeah.
And let's have a look at that test which already covers it. Then we'll see what's being tested, and we can check the difference if we change from a scalar to a string. PHPUnit tests. I think this was in functions, wasn't it? Yeah, it's in functions. Does it know where is the test?
Where are you?
Show me. Okay, it's in the general function files. Seriously. We really should organize these tests better.
No. We're not going down another rant.
No. I'll set my piece. Okay, so here is the validate file test. It tests against null and all sorts of strings.
Yep.
So yes, we could add some tests for int or false or anything else. I mean, false Lord knows someone will will do some function call which returns false and pass it to the file.
Yeah, if we look at the rest of the code, if there's an integer that's passed in or false, let's see, we got preg match all.
That will juggle. If it's a scalar, as long as it's a scalar, it will juggle. Mm-hmm. And that maintains the previous behavior.
Yeah, looking, empty and array. Yep. String, substring is a string, but can also be a scalar. Yeah, okay. So then that makes sense. So that's why I wanted to talk through that to see. In this case, scalar makes sense.
More than anything, if one of those ints would be in the allowed file list, we'd have a different situation if we would not allow other scalars here. Mm-hmm. That's basically the only case in which it would... I mean, preg match, this will cast to string automatically. It will juggle to string.
Yep.
And it will either match or not. But basically, it's looking for 2 dots at the end, and with an int or a boolean or a float, that will never match.
Right.
Similar here, it looks for a string position. Again, that will never match with any of the other.
Right, and it's going to juggle there if it's got
with allowed files. That may match. It's unlikely. It's not intended to match with the function, but as there was no type checking in place at all,
right,
it is a situation which no doubt someone out there in the plugin extender community will have abused.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Someone could have an integer or false or something in the allowed files list.
Mm-hmm. And then a 3.
And then, yeah.
Right. So, and if we change that to isString, then they're not getting their 3 anymore. So, yeah, that would be a breaking change then. Yeah.
And that's why I've used a scalar.
That makes sense to me. Good. See, we validated the logic behind that. So, yeah.
Now,
this one looks good.
Yeah, let me check out the branch with the fix.
And show that it does fix it.
Yeah, then we run the test again.
Oh, green. Love green.
So this one
is red.
It is strict, but we have discussed it now. Mm-hmm. So I think
any worries with it, Sergey? Any concerns?
Yeah, it looks good to me too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I did add the question here, which was again why work in progress. Should we add test for other scalar input types? I mean, seriously.
Actually, you could, just to validate it's going to flow through.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what we're looking for, but it is kind of goal scouting. It is something maybe we should make a note of that. This should get more tests, no matter what. But then there's a shortage of tests anyway.
Yeah,
and we can't do it all.
We can't do it all, right? The only thing the only thing for this one is just showing a state to where that notification no longer throws. Which we have that already, so
yeah,
so we're fine. For the scope of this one, it's covered.
Yeah, considering this one brings the errors down by 238. Mm-hmm. So the fact that validate file gets called with null so often does mean there are problems elsewhere.
Yeah. Yes.
That really is.
That's the scary part.
But again, we can let it balloon out, or we can just fix the immediate problem and fix it in a way which will be helpful for now. And it is, we need more input validation anyway.
Yes, we do.
Especially with PHP getting stricter. So this input validation makes sense to me to add. And I think independently of adding more tests and independently of the fact that we may need to investigate why the hell WordPress is passing null to a validate file so often, this still needs to go in. It just means there's another function which is calling this function
somewhere else.
Validation.
Which, correct, we need to go backwards and take a look at
Which
some of that
also
too.
needs to do input validation.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm adding our notes here as to, in case someone else comes to this and goes, why is scalar instead of is string? I'm just adding just kind of a quick summary as to why.
Yeah.
Here, so.
Excellent. And I've just marked it ready for review, as in people can approve it then.
I'll do that in just one moment.
Yeah. And then I think it's time for Sergey and me to go and have dinner, for you to have lunch.
Yep, it will be. So using is scalar, then is strict, but protects for compatibility.
Sergey, were you back already? Then we looked in the track ticket because I've added the track ticket number to a number of these now and marked them ready for review. They are now linked to the ticket, except not at the. They don't show at the bottom with the PR description. They show somewhere in the middle when I created the PR, which is really confusing. Yeah. But they are showing in the list at the top.
Yeah, I noticed that some of these PRs are shown on the tickets, even though the ticket URL was not mentioned there at the time. I think maybe because it was mentioned at commits, but I think it's okay.
Okay. Tonya has left a comment. Yes.
And I'm approving right now.
Excellent. Right, I think we've done a lot of work today.
Yeah. We taught a lot of people today too, a lot of different things. And you know what was interesting is this is another session where people came and contributed to the conversation, which I really appreciate when they do that. Yeah, because they really found things we didn't see, which is awesome.
Ball was one I honestly hadn't considered.
Yeah, that was perfect. Those types of things are why doing this pair program live means it's a working set. Come join us. Let's contribute.
Yeah. Absolutely. Right. If we look at this, I mean, there's still the convert invalid entities, which is which we haven't looked at all.
Yeah.
I'm looking at parse string. Oh yeah, I left that on in draft because I need to fix up the errors and the commitment.
And then that one's ready.
That's ready. The parse arguments one is ready for review for anyone who wants to have a look and think with it. There's no PHP 8 fix in it.
Right.
It's literally just the whole, similar to what we just looked at with validate file. Why is null being passed so often? For WordPress parse string, it was because WordPress parse args is doing it and didn't have test, which is why I added test. So that one is not urgent at all, but is definitely nice to have. Okay. Validate file we just looked at and we're happy with. Download URL we looked at, we're happy with. Schedule event, that was the cron one. That was the first one we looked at, we were happy with. Parse request as well, and those 3 admin pages and the login page. The parse arguments, I've got a note still that I need to look at the test description. I'll look if, that's why it's still in draft.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Once you get those out, and then I'll go through and I'll go through and review just to see if there's anything there, and then they should be ready to go.
Yeah. So basically, aside from the expand test one and the convert invalid entities ones, the others are all ready to go.
Ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, the
I
ones that
think
are
it-
approved, Sergey,
yeah.
those are ready for you. Whenever you want to commit them, they're ready.
I think this was a good day's
Awesome.
work. Thank you everyone for participating and for thinking with us and paying attention and
Yeah.
hopefully learning something as well.
Oh, I think so. Sergey, I'll let you know too. I think I mentioned this before. Josepha gets back next week, and she's going to get with Matt to put my candidacy in
Are we
front.
still on the air?
And if that gets approved, then I can start to help. It might be good then if I kind of like shadow you and see what you're doing, and I can learn from how you're doing these commits. It's kind of why I'm starting to ask questions too. But then I can help out and with this as well. I know we put a lot on you. And thank you for that.
Sounds great. Sounds great. I'm looking forward to you becoming a committer as well.
Yeah.
And thank you for another great programming session today.
This was awesome. I really appreciate that you said, sure, I'll come join you. So whenever you want to, here we are. Come join us. Yeah.
Absolutely. And maybe that would be awesome, I think. In one of the next sessions, when we have some PRs lined up, which we're hoping will be ready for commit within that session, maybe if by that time Tonya has commit rights, we could do it in a way that Tonya will do the commit and Sergey will kosher through it.
Yeah, we can
And
do
I-
that.
And I just sit back and watch.
Yeah. Oh no, we're doing it live. But yeah. So that's the best way to learn is first I'll shadow and then have me do it and coach me through.
But it's also, I mean,
Yes.
okay, I barely ever commit because SVN, but it's also what happened when I did do my first commit. I had two experienced committers, one of which was Sergey, standing next to me, literally telling me, press that button, click there.
Yeah.
And this is how you write the message, and now you change that to
That's
read like
awesome.
that.
Yeah.
And that is really, really helpful. And I can imagine
Yes.
for other future committers, having that part of this live stream, which people can watch, will on the one hand maybe help people write commit messages to their PRs, which are helpful for committers to then be used in the SVN commit. So
Mhm.
they don't have to spend a huge amount of time writing and crafting that message because it's already been pre-crafted by other people. And then the other part is for people who will get future commit rights. They can also look back at the session.
Well, and you think about that as we move forward and we do these sessions. The point is, it's a working session to get things prepared and then get them committed. So once we do this, then yeah, we can actually build that in. And even I like doing streams too that are separate. I can do a few streams where this is why this commit message could be a little bit better and start to teach people from that perspective as well. So yeah. Christoph,
Exactly.
you're funny.
This live can be helpful for future contributors and future committers, which
Yeah.
I'm also excited about.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty compelling to have, well, even just to get an idea of what it takes, what goes through the commit process so folks can start to understand that and how they can help their committers as well to get things in. Yeah. So.
And just for a quick question, is it just me or is the YouTube feed suddenly really, really blurry? And not just my share screen, but
Let me look.
also us.
Let me look. Looks clear there. Yeah, I don't have it running live here, so I'd have to pull it forward.
Okay. It's been blurry for a little. But then again, we're not looking at code at the moment, so it's not as important at this point in time.
I'm going to go all the way over to here to the end. Let's see. Oh, no, it looks clear. I'm looking on YouTube. It looks clear. I wonder if you've just got some... We've each had connectivity issues today. So.
Yeah, I don't have it open because I don't want the connection to drop again.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's like yesterday. I just got done with... I think it was a call with you, Juliette, and I was talking to, well, you know who. And after that, the power dropped for some reason in the house. Now, I have everything in my office on battery backup, but it can still screw with some different things. It was like, oh, good thing I was done with all those things. That was like my call, get off the computer.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. So.
It's still blurry for me, but yeah. I think now is a good time to say enough for today.
Did we wear everybody out? Yeah.
Well, I think Israel is still here.
Hey, Israel. Hi. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Come back for the next ones, too. Hopefully we'll do this again in a couple of weeks. Thanks, everybody. We wish you all a great weekend.
Great weekend, everyone. And then, Tonya, we haven't set dates for the next one, I think. But we'll do that after the session and publish them so people can put them in their agenda.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. And Sergey, you're welcome to come back and be right here on the air with us. So.
Always.
You are always welcome.
Appreciate that.
Besides, it's nice to see your face. We talk so much in Slack anyway. So, yeah. All right, gang. Go eat some dinner. Go to bed. I'm going to go and we're going to work on our garden here in a little bit for the afternoon. So.
Okay.
See y'all later. I'm going to end the live stream now. Everybody, see you later. You two can stick around if you want.